Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cobb County Board of Commissioners meeting this July 14th, 2026. I'm pleased today that we have Pastor Chip Dean of First Baptist Church of Powder Springs with us. He'll be providing our invocation, and that will be followed by the pledge, which will be brought by firefighter Jan Fox, who I understand is retiring today.
Yes.
After 29 years of service, thank you for all that you've done for our county, and thank you for making our Board of Commissioners meetings one of your last acts of business.
It is. The uniform will come off after this, and that's it.
Wow. Hopefully that smile won't. All right, with that, Pastor Dean, please feel free to come forward, and for all of you who are willing and able, please stand for our invocation and our pledge.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, your Son. And we just thank you for your Holy Spirit. God, you are so good to us. Lord, your word tells us that you love us, that you are generous to us. You are gracious, Lord, over us. And God, we thank you for your mercy that is within us. God, you are the God over everything. And so, God, we give you all of the honor, all the glory, all the worship, and all of the praise. Lord, we thank you that you have all the wisdom and you have invited us to request your wisdom from you. Lord, I just want to thank you so much for this Board of Commissioners. Lord, what an honor it is to live in Cobb County, Georgia. What a wonderful community of people who love one another. And God, I just pray that you would continue to give our citizens and this board and all of our officials here, Lord, your wisdom. God, that you would help them to govern, help them to make the decisions that need to be made, God, for the good of your people. So, Lord, that Cobb County can continue to be a community that loves and serves one another, and that we are living together in unity. Lord, that we love one another. God, we pray against crime. We pray against division. We pray against hate. We pray against violence. God, we pray against anything and everything the evil one wants to do to divide us, because we believe that Jesus just wants to unite us. So, Lord, we thank you for his cross. We thank you for his resurrection. And Lord, today, I pray as all of these decisions are being made with budgets and so many other things, God, we just pray that your will would be done, because we know that your will is good and it is best. God, we love you. Thank you for your love for us. Thank you for our honored guest here, our first responder who's retiring today, and all of those first responders, Lord, that she represents today. God, we thank you for their service. We pray all these things in Jesus' name, and all God's people said.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Firefighter Fox, for being here. Congratulations to you in your retirement. And Pastor Dean, there have been multiple requests on the dais for you to come back. My request is for you to stay. Just stay the whole meeting and just keep that spirit in here. That was timely, fitting, appreciated. Thank you so much. With that, our meeting is now called to order, and we have one presentation before us, and that is to honor our delegation chair, State Representative David Wilkerson, with the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia. So if you don't mind, if all of you who are here as a part of this presentation, please join me up front.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, everyone who joined us today. I'm Todd Edwards with ACCG, Georgia's Counties Association. Each year, we're happy to provide our Legislative Service Award to legislators, members of the General Assembly who go above and beyond the call of duty. Over the years, Representative Wilkerson has been very instrumental. He's very knowledgeable on tax policy, very complex issues that become before the General Assembly, not only on the floor, but in the House Ways and Means Committee. He does a great job digesting it, explaining it to others. Always, his door is always open to ACCG. We discuss it with him, and in the end, ultimately, it helps create sound public policy, not only for Georgia counties, but the citizens and taxpayers of Georgia. So with that, I'm happy to present to you Representative Wilkerson, ACCG's Legislative Service Award.
Got to be careful giving a microphone. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all the commissioners for letting this presentation happen today. And as Todd said, it is so important that we work together at the state level with our local elected officials to create sound policy, because when I go down to the Capitol, not everybody across the state has the same things that we do. We have challenges, we have opportunities. But for example, 2 counties in 159 have a 6% sales tax rate. Cobb is one of those. We have a 62 and over senior exemption for all seniors from school taxes. We have a floating homestead exemption in the county. So the problems that we face are different than those across the state. So there's 159 counties, 536 cities, and 180 school districts. And so crafting policy is important that we talk to our local elected officials. So I'm going to be getting on the road, leaving Cobb for a little bit. We're going to start a tour across the state to talk about property taxes because it's on everybody's mind. We'll be in Camilla, Georgia for the first one. But the importance is that we're working for you, and I appreciate the partnership with everyone here, the staff, the leadership, and Todd, and thank you for this award. And I'm sorry, my wife Penny's here with me, so, so I want to thank her because she goes everywhere with me anyway, so, but thank you, County Manager.
Thank you. Yes. Do you guys want to come down, please? Yes, we can all be together. Yeah, right back. Thank you.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Okay.
You overlap.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Did you want to get it? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Good luck on tour.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that takes us to our public hearing portion of this meeting, and I will turn things over to our CFO to walk us through this segment.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, County Manager. Before I request that you open today's public hearing on the proposed tax increase, I'd like to give a quick presentation, if that's okay. All right, so just a few slides. I want to open up with our schedule for the millage rate. So we've advertised on July 2nd, July 9th, and it will once again be advertised on July 14th. Today is our first public hearing. We'll have a second public hearing at a special called meeting next Tuesday at 6:30, and we'll have our third and final public hearing July 28th at our regularly scheduled board meeting at 7 o'clock After the public hearing, the millage rate will also be adopted at that time. A quick overview of the county's millage rates. We have currently 3 funds that have millage rates associated with them. We have our general fund, which is our main fund. And let me first say that all millage rates are proposed to stay the same. So no change between 26 and 25. So let me start over with the general fund. We're expecting to be stay the same at 8.46 mils. For the fire fund, we're remaining the same at 2.97. And for the Cumberland Special Service District, which again is a tax on commercial properties in the Cumberland Special Service District area, we're proposing to stay at 2.45 mils. And in 26, we will not have a millage rate for our Six Flags Special Service District because that is now entirely within the city of Mableton. So to get the bottom graph, just to touch on our net digest growth, we did have growth, although it is moderating. In years 23 and 24, we had digest growth, net digest growth, close to 10 or 6%. Now we're closer to 5% net digest growth, with the gross digest growth roughly at 5%. I want to provide a little more context with the digest, comparing it from 26 to 25. Where we really saw our bump this year was in commercial revaluations. Last year, it grew about 0.26% in the commercial digest. Well, now we grew at 7.6% on the commercial digest. Historically, we've averaged about 6%, so it's roughly 1.5% above our long-term average. Again, with the net digest growth coming in at 5.06%. I'd like to provide some additional color to our millage rates and how they can impact your bill. So on this chart, this is something we showed last year. This is for a homesteaded property owner within Cobb County, their primary homestead. What I want to show here and highlight is the blue bar, which is your general fund. This chart highlights the importance of our floating homestead exemption. So this is a real example of a home. In 2018, the fair market value of this home was roughly $250,000. And it's not atypical for the average home now to be closer to $450,000 from a fair market value. So those are indicated by the growth in the gray bars over time. What the floating homestead exemption essentially does is locks in the general fund portion of your property tax bill from the date of purchase if you filed for your homestead exemption. Okay, so again, if it is your primary homestead, your general fund millage rate will remain unchanged, despite the growth in your fair market value or your assessed value. The only way that would change is if a decision was made to change the millage rate in either direction, okay? The red bar is indicative of the fire fund. Again, that's at 2.97 mils. The fire fund does not have the float, so you'll see how the steps increase with the fair market value. Okay, so that is one of the primary differences between the funds that we're in control of. Again, we're in control of the the general fund, the fire fund, and the Cumberland Special Service District Fund. We do not set the millage rate or are in charge of the millage rate for the school board. So again, in this example, when the person purchased the home in 2018, their bill was approximately $609 for the general fund. Absent of the floating homestead, it would have been roughly $1,447. That's a savings to that homeowner of $838. One thing, or actually there's two things I want to point out. In 2026, due to the homeowner's relief grant for House Bill 973, there will be a credit on that bill. Okay, so next year, if that credit is not reapplied, and that's a state law, if it is not reapplied, you will see a decrease in your tax bill this year based on that credit. Next year, it will go back to what it originally was absent of the credit. So I just want everyone to know that there is a credit being applied this year. Again, that's from the state. And if you'd like to see an estimate, I've provided the website there so you can plug in your address and look at your estimated property value and your tax bill. It is on our tax assessor or tax commissioner's website. And I know it was brief, but that wraps up the initial presentation. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, or we can open the public hearing, whatever you prefer.
Yes, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And this public hearing is initially for the proposed property tax increase as defined by Georgia law. We will take an unlimited number of speakers. You will have 3 minutes apiece to be able to address the board. Please note that the next hearing following this one at this meeting will be with respect to the budget. This one, again, is with respect to the proposed property tax increase, where the digest for the county that will be collected is higher than it was last year. We'll go ahead and open it up, and we'll take our first speaker.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
I know you've been here many times.
Oh,
Say your name
Christine
for the record.
Rosman, I'm sorry,
That's
like
okay.
I forgot.
That's okay.
Actually, I'm just talking because I think that I'm surprised that nobody has shown up for this, because we're funding all of this. And it directly impacts our wallets. And it's very sad that the apathy that's happened with citizens, because I talk to a lot of people and they're like, I showed up in meetings and I pushed back and I spoke and they still did what they were going to do anyway. So then they stopped coming, which is like kind of ridiculous. Anyway, I guess my point is that houses have gone, our property values have like skyrocketed. And that just means that you get a bigger piece of the pie, doesn't it? You know? I mean, it's like if I say I'm going to split a pizza with you, and, you know, one year it's a personal size pizza, and then the next year it's this big of a pizza, then you're getting a lot more pizza. And I feel like you guys are getting a lot more of our pizza. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyway, it's really impacting people, very much so. I met a young lady yesterday, 30 years old. She and her husband, 2 kids, a dog, and I was basically saying, hey, if you go on vacation, I'll watch your dog for you. And she goes, oh, there's no way we could go on vacation. We're strapped. And then I realized, like, how in the heck are young people or elderly people on a fixed income being able to go with this? People are leaving Cobb County, I'm sure you know that. They're like trying to get out of Cobb County because of our taxes and because of the inflated house values. And it's just a vicious circle, and I think a lot of us are just frustrated, and it becomes so big that nobody knows where to, like, we have this elephant, and it's like, how do you combat this freaking elephant that has grown up here in Cobb County? I don't know. But all I do know is when I look on the website and I see that there's this event going on, that event going on, it's like, where the hell are our tax dollars going? You know, infrastructure and public safety. Beyond that, it's all frivolous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take our next speaker as part of this public hearing. And again, if you're new to the process, please state your name before providing your comments.
Good morning. I'm David Musser, live in East Cobb. I'd like to talk about microtransit.
Sir, I'm sorry. This portion of the meeting is a public hearing to talk about specifically the millage rate or the proposed tax increase. However, if you'd like to talk about microtransit, you can do so when we have public comment. It's different than the public hearing portion. And you can just sign up right there where that gentleman is, and then we'll take comments for an array of topics during that time.
Okay.
Are there any other speakers to speak about the proposed tax increase or millage rate for the county?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners. My name's Craig Harfoot. I think you're well aware that we don't have affordable housing, you know. We got homeless people, you're giving money from the people you tax to various organizations for that. And the inflation that causes the values to go up, it's all controlled by the bankers and the the Federal Reserve and all these players that own both parties. They literally own Democrats and Republicans. And it's like, so, we've had old white men up there, we've had young white men, we've had, women, black and white, and Eric, you're the groundbreaker, first black man. And, but the thing is, same result. Who do you serve? The people that live here. Do you give lip service to them, or do you, all control's local. And what you do here, the only way to deal with this is to spend less money. Quit building infrastructure that requires even more tax dollars. These road projects you put on SPLOST, they end up being added into the budget to maintain them. And the ones like in the SPLOST that put sidewalks and bike lanes in my thing, we had all uneven sidewalks. I mean, and they need fixed because people are going to trip and fall. And now the kids run down there on electric bikes at 35 miles an hour on the sidewalk. You're going to have to address that stuff next. But anyhow, you got to roll back the millage rate because, just a windfall tax. I kept saying, use the lost. Nobody wants to use a lost. They want to keep building more infrastructure to bring in more people. But every city, New York's your prime example. Highest taxes, highest population density. You build density, and it's going to collapse. You can't do it. You got to scale back. Like town center, you're not getting any property tax off a foreclosed vacant structure. It was just sold under foreclosure. When you come back with the comprehensive plan, you're going to say, oh, what are we going to put there? The only people that get a break in this world are the bankers that loan money to people for commercial or rental property. Everybody else gets billed at full retail. You got to stop that because, that's what's the whole problem, and it's like, we just want you to serve us. I don't care what
Mr.
your personal
Harfoot.
beliefs are.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers as part of this public hearing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Myrna Caban, and I'm not very familiar with these hearings. It's the first time that I come. I moved here to Cobb County in 2007. In 2009, I purchased my first home, and I was very lucky that there was a crash market, and I was able to acquire my house for a very low price of $108,000. At that time, the price of that house was $148,000, 2009. In the past 2 years, the price, what you call fair market value, went up to, it was increased by $100,000. Now, just 2 years later, it has been increased for $100,000 more dollars. I got this letter that says that my house now has a fair value, market value for $350,000. And I think that is a very inflated value. I would have to, in order to sell my house for that kind of money, I would have to make an investment in repairs and upgrades for over $100,000. And I think it's unfair, because if I got an investor's, I get called by investors wanting to buy my house because I'm at a location that is very desirable. And also because of the people are looking for low price houses, and my house is in that bracket. It's low cost, but I got an offer for 266, but you say that my house has a fair value of 350. But this is just an offer without looking at the house. Once they come in to look at the house, the condition of the house, they're not going to give me this amount. They're going to give me much less. In order for them to make the upgrades and be able to get 350, but yet I'm paying taxes on this inflated value of 350 that I'm not going to get. I'm not going to see that. So I just want to present that I think it's unfair. I was looking at the prices that have of the other houses in my same street that have sold recently.
Ma'am,
And,
your time has run, ma'am.
okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you. We'll take our next speaker.
My name is Christina White, and I live in East Cobb. And I understand everything is a trade-off, trying to juggle income coming into the county to maintain the various services and all that. However, to kind of make a point similar to the last speaker, I get the ugly houses letters all the time, and of course, they don't offer anywhere close to what you say the house is worth, or even what I think the house is worth. But it all goes back to, you would actually have to sell the house to realize the value. In the meantime, we have to pay the taxes. And being a senior citizen on a fixed budget with inflation jumping, I can tell you, I'm not on Social Security yet, but I can tell you that the money I do have is not increasing with the rate of inflation. There's no adjustment for me. So it gets very difficult to manage.
Okay.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll take our next speaker. And Sanam, can you get her contact information also? Thank you. We'll take our next speaker. All right. Not. Excuse. Okay. Yeah. All right. Our hearing is now closed with respect to the property tax increase associated with our millage. We now have an associated public hearing, and that will be with respect to our fiscal year 27 proposed budget.
Good morning again, Chair, Commissioners, County Manager. Before I ask that you open the public hearing for the 27 proposed budget, I would like to go over a very brief presentation. There are some additional slides on here for the sake of time. I'm going to speed through them a little bit, but the June 23rd recording of this exact presentation will have a little bit more detail. I will highlight any of the changes that occurred between June 23rd and today during the course of the presentation. And of course, if you have any questions throughout the presentation, I'd be happy to answer those as well. So again, very quickly, we'll touch on the summary, which is going to be the high-level impact of all the changes that occurred throughout all the funds within the county. We'll hit on our impact items, our budget recommendations, and required adjustments. But then we'll spend some time on the additional items that are in this year's budget. That's where some of the changes have occurred from June 23rd to today. We also have a budget breakdown by fund. That's the slides that I will briefly touch on a few of the funds just to give some context. But I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you have that I don't answer during the course of the presentation. We'll wrap it up by touching on the budget schedule and then providing where you all and the citizens can find additional budget information. So overall, in 27, combining our governmental funds and our business type funds, the budget would be about $1.409 billion. That's an $84 million increase over last year. On the next slide, I will touch on the components that make up a majority of that $84 million. To be clear, that is not all within the general fund. That is county-wide. So that includes any funding from water, the water fund, the capital, you name it. It's all in there. So again, I just want to highlight that that is not an $84 million increase within the general fund. That is for all funds county-wide. One of the changes I do want to highlight is the last time I gave this presentation, we had 29 full-time positions being proposed in the 27 budget. At the time, fire positions were being discussed by the commission, and I have discussed this with each one of you, and the decision has been made to include the fire funds positions within this proposed budget. That increased the total to the 59 you see here today. So to give you a breakdown, the general fund has 23 proposed full-time positions, 27 full-time positions for fire, 6 for the stormwater utility fund, and 3 for water and sewer. So here's the highlights that make up the $84 million at a high level. Obviously, we have water and sewer capital. It increased by $17.1 million. That is in the water and sewer fund. It's a transfer over to provide water and sewer capital. That has increased $17.1 million. We have water and sewer operations. It's different from capital. This is the purchase of water. This is the parts, the chemicals, the sludge, handling, you name it, has increased $5.8 million. We've added the stormwater utility fee to our list of adopted budgets. The stormwater utility fund went live on June 1st. It was not in the FY26 proposed budget because it was not an active fund. Now it's an active fund, so we have to have an adopted budget for it. The budget that was shared with this commission during the stormwater utility fund process was $17 million, and that's precisely where we are going to adopt the FY27 proposed budget at $17 million, of which $9.6 million is for stormwater capital funding. So in the general fund, $14.2 million is for our roster update. That is essentially taking the people we have on the roster today and updating that from where it was last year. That includes the impact of last year's pay scale adjustment. It includes the 3%, up to 3% merit. So that would have been effective last year. It includes increase to pension, health care, all the statutory payroll costs like workers' comp, FICA, you name it, it's all in there. So it's an additional $14.2 million just for the staff that we have today. That includes, I do want to mention, standby pay and special pay for our public safety. The budget also proposes an additional 2% pay scale adjustment or COLA this year. Again, that goes into, well, it would go into effect March of 27. It also has up to a 3% merit being included. Again, that would also take effect at the same time in March of 27. One new increase from the last time we presented this budget was a 4% increase to the stipend and Medicare eligible retirees. Certain retirees from this county are eligible to receive a stipend for a supplement for their insurance. It was created 10 to 15 years ago, and it saved the county $1 million at the time. It has not been increased in over 10 years. We're proposing a 4% increase, which amounts to roughly less than $250,000 for this increase, but it is something, again, that hasn't been touched in over 15 years. And as you know, the price of all insurance and healthcare has gone up, which is a good segue into the claims fund. Not to belabor a point, but when you have transfers out of the general fund, that $14.2 million I discussed earlier, part of that is healthcare cost. I don't want to say it's double counting, but we have to transfer those funds from the general fund into the claims fund. So even though that's an $11 million increase, it's essentially captured twice as an expense on the general fund side, but it's also captured as a transfer in to the claims side. So again, that does tend to increase the total arbitrarily by capturing that data point twice, but that's how we have to keep our records. We have, inside the claims fund, we've had additional insurance for cybersecurity, just for excess property, you name it. Insurance costs have gone up. We have the fire fund. It's an increase of $6.2 million spread out between their personnel operating capital. But again, the fire fund includes those proposed new positions. We have impact items of approximately $8.1 million. We will touch on those briefly on one of the slides. Again, for the folks in the audience and those listening at home, an impact item is an agenda item approved by this board during this current fiscal year that would impact FY27. So if we take an action, whether it be a contract or any recurring cost, we have to include that in preparation for the next year's annual budget. So we keep a list of all items approved by this board in FY26 that would impact FY27, and that totals to $8.1 million. I'll show a quick list on the next slide, but I just want to explain what those meant to everyone listening. We have budget recommendations of approximately $3.5 million. That is where finance takes a look at things that just have to be adjusted. We look at things within the budget, and we'll touch on a separate slide, but just to give you an example, we have a risk allocation where we pay for our claims. We're essentially self-insured up to a certain point, and the cost of the claims has gone up. It's estimated to go up, and that burden is shared between every fund within the county, the general fund, fire fund, water fund, you name it. The general fund's portion is going up slightly over $1 million. That's just something we have to do to make sure we can afford any claims losses incurred. And then lastly, I do want to highlight that this budget does propose, as I discussed earlier, keeping the millage rate flat at 8.46 mils. This board will set the 27 millage rate next July, but it does propose keeping the millage rate for the general fund and fire fund and CSSD fund flat for FY27. Again, that will be a decision for next July, but that's what we're basing this budget on today. It does include a continued reduction in the water transfer. This has been an effort by this board for many years. It used to be at 10%. It now stands at 4%. This budget would provide an additional 1% reduction. We've been stepping down by 1% per year when possible. The 27 proposed budget would be at 3%. So we're getting very close to eliminating the water transfer in its entirety. And one reason that's important, it is a lot of money. And so going from 10% to 0% in 1 year it would be very difficult to do. So this board made the conservative approach to go 1% per year as a way to step into this. So again, that's all contemplated within the proposed FY27 budget. Very quickly, for the sake of time, here are the list of the impact items that have been passed by this board or are likely to be passed by this board before the end of the year. Anything that is italicized, the board has not voted on yet, but our office does expect them to come forward between now and September. So because we do expect them to come forward, I have to plan for them. If we didn't plan for them, the budget would be upside down from the start. So anything italicized, again, will likely be voted on before the end of FY26. The total of these impact items is $8.1 million. I'll touch briefly on these. These are the budget recommendations, the things that we have to do. We've identified some contingency adjustments throughout the way, and you'll see those highlighted in the reductions. We've had reductions in transfers to other funds that we have identified, but along with anything that we've been able to reduce, there are things that step up. For instance, the contribution steps up every year contractually for House Bill 489 by $500,000 a year. We must do that. It's a contractual obligation of the county, so we have to bake it in. So just to give an example, that's one that we just have to incorporate every year in the budget, and it will step up $500,000 a year for the next 8 years. Another example is the training center operations cost. We went live with the training center operations. They have a new indoor firing range. It requires additional HVAC work, lead mitigation, things of that nature that need to be contemplated. So that is a recommendation from budget. Totals to $3.5 million. That takes us to our additional items, which are being proposed in the FY27 budget. All of the ones that are not in italics, and I know, and I apologize, it might be hard to see the difference between italicized font and non-italicized font, but I will touch on those things that have changed since the June 23rd presentation and today. The first change was a reduction in the Superior Court proposed positions from 7 full-time positions to 6 full-time positions. That lowered the amount from $664K to $569K. We also had a reduction in the expansion of on-demand transit. It's a grant match that was set to be $500,000 for a future on-demand transit grant. That was lowered to $330,000 as indicated on the slide. We've added 2 probate court positions. We've added a state court judicial staff attorney. There's been the proposal of 1 senior associate county attorney, contract focused. There has been a proposal for the Parks Deputy Director to be included in this operating budget. There has been a $5,000 increase in each of the commissioners' operating budgets being proposed in this operating budget. And finally, an application support analyst in ITS is also being proposed. That is a $0 net impact. The reason for that is we're currently contracting for that service. We're bringing it in-house, and I think it equates to a very slight savings of $2,000 or $3,000, or essentially breaking even by shifting those dollars from operating for a contract versus internally housing that position. The total of those additional items is $3.2 million. So in total, the change for the general fund was approximately $29 million. That's 4.5%. Trailing rate of inflation was slightly over, under 4%. So we're just slightly over the rate of inflation, but pretty much in line with inflation. Again, we have the impact items, the additional items proposed here today, and our budget recommendations. Those are some of the things that we have to pay for. Again, BOC impacts and budget recommendations are things we have to pay for, including our roster. These are additional items being proposed. That carries kind of the weight of the presentation here. Just for the sake of the crowd and those watching at home, I am going to quickly run through the slides that show the various funds. Each of these has a unique and designated purpose within the county. Rather than me going through each and every one of these, I've already touched on general claims. I do want to tell anyone who's interested in what each of these funds do, how they operate, I would encourage them to go online and look at our 25-26 biennial budget book. And even though it's the 25-26 biennial budget book, it has context as to what each one of these funds does and what it's responsible for. In addition, it talks about the department and services offered within the general fund. So if you want to learn more about what makes up a certain department and what they do within the general fund, that book provides the context. Now, later this year, the 27-28 biennial will be available, but we obviously can't produce that until the board votes. So until then, the 25-26 would be your best resource to learn about the funds, not the numbers, right? The numbers would be dated. They'd be 25 and 26, but you could learn about the context of the funds. But just to highlight some, we had the general fund, which we walked through those increases for $29 million. We talked about the claims and liability fund at $11 million. Those were in the fire district fund. Those were the 3 largest changes within our governmental funds. To round out the governmental funds, we have our parking deck grant fund, CSBG, law library, and our streetlight district fund. That increase is essentially a result of the board's action to increase the streetlight rates. That pays for the utilities. That's all it does. We had $1 million loss next year because utility rates have gone up. We've added streetlights. And so at that point in time, we needed the rate increase to capture the amount of revenue necessary just to cover the utility cost. So that's reflected in that budget. Again, that amounts to a total of $45.8 million for our governmental funds. Walking through our business type funds, I want to touch on the top 2, which we've already discussed. The water fund, mainly capital and operating cost. Stormwater utility fund, again, $17.1 million is what was proposed to this board at the creation of the stormwater utility fund. That's what we're adopting here today. It's a large increase because it's going from $0 to $17 million. And then to round it out, our golf course fund remaining unchanged. Transit fund, slightly under $1 million. And then sustainability, waste, and beautification going down about $500,000. touching on some of our grant funds, one thing that always sticks out is the Stadium Capital Maintenance Fund. I want to make sure that everyone knows that is a split obligation between the Atlanta Braves and the county. We each put in 50% shares. So the county's obligation is $1.5 million, and the Atlanta Braves is $1.5 million as well, totaling to $3 million. That is a contract that we entered into at the time of the agreement. It is being paid for by the revenues that come in from the various sources, whether it's rental car tax, CSSD1, CSSD2, or property taxes from the stadium area itself. But again, that is a split obligation. It goes for future capital maintenance on the stadium, such as elevators, large mechanical systems. And then as we work our way down the list, we have, again, our water capital funds, but I don't want to take any more of this board's time or the public's time, so I'll round it out by showing the dates for the presentations. We had the initial presentation on June 23rd. We highlighted any changes here today at the July 14th presentation, which is now the second presentation, but technically the first public hearing, so not to cause confusion there. We have our second public hearing on July 21st, which again is a special call meeting at 6:30. And then we have our third and final public hearing with this board considering the 27 proposed budget for adoption at the regularly scheduled meeting on July 28th. And again, for those at home, for more information, you can jump on to the Cobb County website. In finance, you can find the 25-26 budget book I talked about. You can find this presentation and the 27 proposed budget. So with that, I'm wrapping up my presentation, and ma'am, I ask that you please open the public hearing.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the second public hearing. For the gentleman that wanted to address microtransit, that's part of this budget and a part of this hearing, so you're encouraged to speak during part of this hearing. Similar to the last hearing, we'll take an unlimited number of speakers. You'll have a total of 3 minutes to address the board, and we'll go ahead and take our first speaker.
Good morning, Chairwoman Cupid, Commissioners, County Manager, staff. My name is Andy Kingery. I am in Elizabeth 01, part of District 2. I appreciate the detailed breakdown of what the budget is and what it's going to become. I'd like to address budget items for the Board of Elections and Registration. I've had a pleasure to be observing a lot of operations at 995 Roswell for a few years now. I'm happy to report to you that the staff there from top to bottom are very budget and cost conscious. It really is surprising how expensive elections are. Manpower to voter education, equipment, supplies, it's a huge operation. Multiple special elections and runoffs has further stressed their department. Today I want to address one possible addition to their budget that may not have been in the budget presentation, and that would be the creation of a new position of Deputy Director for the Board of Elections and Registration. Cobb is the only big county in Georgia without at least one Deputy Director. Some have several. In fact, many smaller counties have already beaten us to the punch on that. Currently, the duties of deputy are being pushed off to other departments and supervisors. This pulls them away from their actual responsibilities. I'm confident that the Deputy Director will give voters and the public at large better access to information. It'll promote better transparency, support election integrity, and enhance the overall operation by reducing scattered management attention and systemic stress in the department. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take our next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Craig Harfoot. Can I have a half hour? But anyhow, he just lobbied for a bigger budget. I can't believe it. I know how to fix elections. You go to one election day and you eliminate a whole lot of money spent on multiple weeks-long early voting. It's just stupid. And then the stormwater. Oh, that was really good. We're going to add 6 more staff members, and so it gets even, here we go. Let's grow government. You didn't need the stormwater. That $5 thing, you probably could have raised that money just saving things like don't do lawsuits about redistricting and home rule and wasting millions of dollars and keeping people in office that shouldn't have been and passing projects that, like Lower Roswell, that last section. The way they designed that, I don't know what she was thinking, but they totally screwed the Papa John's place by pushing the road way wide. It goes like this and then narrows at the intersection. It's crazy. But all that infrastructure moving. Now, I was looking at my gas bill, $40. That all these moving the pipes is more money to us as consumers of gas than the actual gas charges are like nothing. They're like $15. And it's true. Every month, you multiply these things with your SPLOST projects. You start moving infrastructure, they raise it up our bills, electric poles, all that stuff. So, like I said, keep it within the existing right-of-way and do what you're going to do, but don't go making it cost us more money in, utility bills. And then you put a SPLOST tax on that. And, it's stupid. And it's self-destructive to the people in this community. The other stuff is like, you just got to spend less money. Like if you cut 10% of your spending, you'll be prepared for when this whole gas thing, Russia don't have gas. They banned tariffs, so then suddenly we're paying more for gasoline again. I've talked to you about gasoline. That is the inflator of everything. That is inflation. And it's the creator of it. So, you can't control that, but you can control what you spend. And you need to spend less, like 10% less. Lower the millage rate.
Mr.
And it'll all
Harfoot.
be better.
Thank you.
Hey, Christine Rosman again. So I think there's a common theme here. Quit spending so much money, and a lot of people are on a fixed income or fixed budget, but sometimes it's like you guys are tone deaf to the rest of the community that's funding everything, because we're on a budget, but then it's like, oh no, and then we're going to add people here, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and it's just like, it's this scope creep that just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm wondering if that DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is something that, Chair, that you might want to put together citizens that would be willing to come in and be able to help with that. Because you did have people that were basically doing that before DOGE became like a common word or a common acronym. And that was like Jan Barton, Larry Savage. They would come here and they would spell it out. Here's what's really going on. Do spreadsheets and be able to have visuals for the other citizens. But then we got quashed on our First Amendment right, and then they didn't have a vehicle to be able to present the facts. So kind of maybe you didn't want the facts to be presented so that we could just have what your ideas are, so that we had to gobble up what you were giving us instead of maybe some other truths or some other opinions. And so it's really clear that there is a spending problem. And it's also clear that, you know what, when you have a job and you got a pension coming up and you kind of go along to get along to make sure that everybody stays happy, that's not satisfying the citizens. Okay? And I appreciate that, Buddy, that you kind of put it in very easy terms of understanding the logistics of this, but the thing is that all we hear is like, well, blah, 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 wah, because it's so big and we can't comprehend these amounts of, oh, it's only 10 million here, or it's another whatever. It's hard for people that are on like just a regular budget that aren't dealing with millions to be able to comprehend it. But I think that works to your advantage, so that you can kind of keep us, and it's like, oh, we're the experts, we'll be able to tell you what to do. And it's like, no, we're really tiring of this overspending and the tone deafness.
Ms. Rosman? Thank you.
We'll take our next speaker.
Morning again. David Musser, live in East Cobb. I'm opposed to the proposed expansion of Cobb microtransit. This was part of the initiative that was defeated at the polls almost 2 years ago. And it seems proponents of the $15 billion transit bill are attempting to implement the original initiative piecemeal. Microtransit, like the original transportation bill, is a financially irresponsible measure aimed at supporting a small percentage of Cobb's citizens, but it's not supported by any hard data or studies that show the county or its citizens will be better off as a result of this bill. Instead, it seems the only supporting data for these measures is anecdotal at best. It seems that the common theme with this board is to try to take county-wide tax revenue and spend it in selected areas of the county. The indoor track in Mableton is an example of this, as are these transportation initiatives. Instead, the goal of this board should be to govern in a financially and morally responsible manner. The 2024 measure and current microtransit proposal do not help accomplish this. Instead, we should consider increased funding for things which help all residents, such as public safety, parks, roads, and schools. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll take our next speaker.
Good morning. Hi, Kevin James.
Hi, Kevin, are you speaking with respect to our budget, or are you in public comment?
No, I'm here to present, I want to bring money.
Oh, we love that, but I don't know if that's part of this budget. Are you signed up for our public comment?
Yes, ma'am, so, yeah, I signed up on the board, and let me just help set up the dispatch.
Okay, yes, if this is not with respect to our budget, let's hold off. Your public comment's going to follow shortly, and then you can be able to present. And we look forward to your presentation.
Yeah, I saw the pause, I didn't want to have that.
You've been patient.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, we'll be happy to call you up shortly. Are there any other speakers with respect to the county budget? Okay, not seeing any, we'll close the public hearing. Do any commissioners have any comments or questions for our CFO?
I have a question. It's probably actually more for the Parks Director, but I'll start with you, Buddy. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to call Michael at this time. Thank you. The additional items for 27.
Yes.
There is a line item for Deputy Parks Director.
Yes.
And I have not had any conversations with Parks Director. I guess we can talk offline.
Sure.
Or with you regarding the position. So I don't know if anyone's prepared to share a little bit on that now, or if we need to talk offline. Okay.
That would be up to,
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine, and I'm not sure if any of
I don't
you
want to speak
are
on behalf
aware.
of our Parks Director, so turn it over to him.
Oh, it's up to the chair. Okay. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question now. Go ahead. Okay, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just in generally, when we have requests for positions, we usually typically walk the halls. So for most that are on here, all all that are on here I'm familiar with, but I'm just now seeing this for the Deputy Parks Director, and we hadn't had an opportunity to discuss it, so just wanted to know a little bit more about it.
Sure. So when I think all departments were asked to put in their original request at the beginning of the budget process. So everyone did an agenda item-like request, and ours was for a Deputy Parks Director and for an accreditation manager as we're going through the accreditation process through the National Certification Board. So that was all that we did. And that was the last that I'd heard about it until Dr. McMorris called me a few days ago and said that the Deputy Parks Director had made its way back into the budget, and would I be okay with that? And I said, absolutely. We put it in the budget, I believe, the last 3 years or 4 years. I can't exactly remember when. But the Deputy Parks Director would essentially serve under me, and they would be, just sort of our second in command, our go-to, probably handle a lot more of the day-to-day operations, so I can start looking at a little bit more of the strategic long-term goals.
Yes, and I
Okay.
can add too. So in our budget binder, there's a basis for a number of positions. And in reviewing it, of course, my heart is always pricked when all of us work alongside our departments and staff and see all of the opportunity to improve the level of service towards our citizens. And I saw your request, and I know the Parks Department is a very busy department utilized by not only the commissioners in planning a number of events, but when people talk about how good Cobb County is, a lot of times they talk about how great our parks are. That's one thing. But another thing is, our Parks Department is the largest department behind public safety, and they generally operate almost 7 days a week, and it is a lot of responsibility for Michael to be able to manage, which he does very well with his team, but I think having a deputy director to be able to support him as he's leading that department is not unreasonable given the size of the department, given the weight of the work of the department, and the opportunity to make sure that we're continuing to provide services that are top-notch for all of our citizens. So I added that in the budget. There was some money that became available, and I'm trying to remember how we ended up getting that $300,000 available.
At the time when we had our meeting, there was still some additional funds that were available.
Yeah.
There were additional requests that came in after the June 23rd presentation.
A number of
and
requests.
we worked on several different solutions, one of which was reducing some of the originally proposed items, such as the Superior Court positions and expanding on-demand transit local grant match. We reduced those in combination with some of the funding that we had available, and that's how we were able to fund those positions. But again, for benefit of the board and those watching at home, the budget binder version 1 is online. That contains every request from the departments that was asked for in the FY27 proposed budget. It includes their top priorities, it includes their top 2 positions, it includes every position request. So if anyone is interested, they can too go and take a look. So.
No, and I am familiar with that, but, generally, there still would be conversation with the commissioner with details, particularly the scope of responsibilities for any new positions, and I had not had those conversations.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am. Understand. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. In fact, there's been a lot of discussion because after the first budget hearing, I started to get contact from a lot of different leaders across the organization who wanted to know why their requests were not in the budget. And I shared that I would like for us to modify our process next year to give more of them an opportunity to directly communicate with us, because some of them were quite initiative, I'll say, in reaching out to commissioners, much more than others, and those that were able and sought to advocate for themselves personally. I think that theirs were more than likely to rise to the occasion and end up in the budget. So I really just wanted to make sure to go back to the book and read all of the requests so that we don't have that imbalance, because some staff thought they were being respectful by just submitting the memo and not coming and reaching out to commissioners, because they did not want to bombard you with all of the requests, and they thought if you had their memo, then they would be considered in. What I've learned is that the variation in communication of our leadership across the county is resulting in some having their interests and their needs reflected in the budget when others have needs, but just approach this differently. So I've talked with our county manager, our CFO, about how we approach that differently. Michael just rose to the occasion, not from his advocacy, but from my going through the book and recognizing the significance of the need and just how much work that we have put on that agency, and knowing the size and the weight of interest that our citizens have, that it was overdue. It was overdue. So that's on me. It wasn't for Michael. It was for my recognition of that need. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheffield, I met with Buddy yesterday to go over these new changes from the original list. He has set up appointments and has walked in the halls to do this. And initially, when the budget was first shared with the board, we were asked for our priorities and listed all of those. The departments had submitted all their requests, but a lot of them, as you heard from Mr. Kingery today, didn't make the cut. So now things are being reconsidered, I guess, and Buddy is walking the halls. We're not hearing from each other or who's presenting. So thank you, Buddy.
Well, let me just add, I met with Buddy as well yesterday. And once again, it's not a question of Buddy meeting with us. It goes back to me not having a conversation with the parks director. Although it was in the book, there are several things that are in the book, but I have not had a one-on-one conversation, which is typically how things are done when requests are made, whether it's in the book or not. It gives us an opportunity, as we all know, to ask additional questions that I could have asked in advance of this hearing. So that's the only point that I'm making. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gamble.
And Commissioner Sheffield, I share your frustration, and also with Buddy, because I met with him at 10 o'clock yesterday, right after our exec, and then met with him at 1:30, and then by 3 o'clock it had changed. So in his efforts to present a budget to us, it changed 3 times yesterday, which is not only unfair to him and staff, but it's also unfair to us as a board. And where I'm frustrated with this, and I've shared this with Buddy, is yes, we have a binder book full of positions, but we never sit as a board to discuss the priorities. We leave it up to Buddy to have to walk the halls, keeping a spreadsheet of where each of us stands instead of having this open conversation dialogue here today. Mm-hmm. Because again, I caught Michael last night and said, what'd you do to rise to the top, right? Because I also remember in some interviews we were doing of another deputy position that is requested and needed. And to me, that has a greater priority over parks because it has to do with public safety. So again, where are our priorities? I also struggle with increasing commissioner budgets. Granted, now it's down to 5,000. It was up to 17. When a department has been asking since I've been in office just to have $10,000 for an overtime budget. We haven't been able to find that $10,000 for 8 years. Yet that department, which is critical, right, and has actually more power than our sheriff, is constantly denied $10,000. Yet we have no problem giving ourselves an extra $5,000. So this is where I struggle with the budget every single year, is because yes, Buddy has done a great job of explaining how we've absorbed, it's not 84 because I know it includes part of the the fire fund, but essentially how that money gets absorbed, but we're still only have $3 million to essentially allocate to new spending. But we're still not addressing the fact that the sheriff continually goes over budget. We're not discussing the fact that we've got departments that are creating programs that are outside of the scope of their responsibility to the citizens. That is what the citizens want us to start discussing. So I agree with you as far as prioritizing which positions get put in here, because I do not support that, and Buddy's spreadsheet will support that statement. But again, where are our priorities as a board?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Buddy, as we move forward. Just thank you for taking the time to put together the budget and to meet with commissioners. Every year, I've seen advancements in this process where there was no engagement from commissioners to now we have a budget book that walks through all of the requests from staff, which we did not receive before, personnel requests, capital requests. There are many communications that happen, and I just want to thank you for making this a much more transparent process, not only for us, but putting all of this information online for our citizens to weigh in. Also want to thank you for being available for our town halls and yesterday and answering questions about the budget. And even last year, we had an all-in meeting with respect to the budget. So again, it is our desire to make sure that this is an open process. And unfortunately, the needs always outweigh the resources that we do have, but it is a difficult thing, but it is a great thing when we're able to at least do our best to meet people where their interest and where their needs are. And we hope that for those agencies that did not arise to the occasion, that we'll work with them not just in the next budget, but throughout the year to see where there may be some flexibility to consider some of the things that were shared today.
Well, thank you, ma'am. It's always my pleasure, and I just thank you all for being available when needed. I appreciate that, and thanks to the great finance staff who helped put all this together, and thanks to all the folks in the agency heads, department heads, and all the workers throughout Cobb County who have had a part in this budget. So thank you all for your efforts. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you to the citizens that spoke today, and your comments will be taken into consideration. That now takes us to our first public comment. For those that signed up on our sheet here to my left, you'll have opportunity to address the board after the public hearings in this general public comment, and I'll turn things over to our county attorney to walk us through that.
As the board provides the podium for public comment, it's appropriate to review the related meeting rules. Please state your name and if you are speaking on behalf of an organization. All comments should be made to the commission as a body and addressed through the chair. Public comment is not a dialogue with the board, but an opportunity for speakers to provide their comments to the board. Comments should not be slanderous. The board encourages, regardless of the topic, for the audience to be respectful and courteous to all speakers. Everyone attending this meeting should give others the right to both listen and be heard by treating each other with civility. Statements made during the public comment portion do not necessarily reflect the opinion of the board or the administration of Cobb County government, and a timer is available on the podium to track your 3 minutes. Our first speaker this morning is Mr. Kevin James.
All right.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just give me a minute to set up.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn this towards the audience too. This way the audience can see it as well.
Thank you. And if you can state your name before you begin your comments, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Hi,
Thank
Kevin
you.
James. Today is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. And I'm here on behalf, let me get my glasses, sorry, of the Peach State Drive for Good Foundation. Good morning, county commissioners, county manager, and thank you for allowing me to speak this morning on July 14, 2026. I'm the son of 2 naval officers that met during World War II. They both served their 10 years. Mother had us, 5 kids. Dad went to work for this upstart company called Lockheed. Founded by 2 brothers, Bob and Kelly Johnson, in Alameda, California. I'm here today to present the idea for the 2050 comprehensive plan meeting to include and present for you, for the county managers and the commissioners in the community, the Lockheed Heritage Innovation Center. I am Kevin James, son of the upper management officers of Lockheed, Clarence William James, and a proposed initiative of the Peach State Drive for Good Foundation, a Georgia 501c nonprofit organization. I recognize the city of Marietta and Cobb County is choked right here, and drowning cannot grow further in either direction. It is necessary for city of Marietta to pivot. We need the ability to be able to kind of expand this and pivot to another direction, and pivot to which direction? That offered the county more income, millage and sales tax, because everybody's worried about where's the money coming from. We need more money. Brave Stadium leapfrogged over the Lockheed Museum. I get it. Back when it happened, us Lockheed people were like, that hurt. So now, as sales tax revenue was needed for the growth of Cobb County. Okay, so now, but the timing is right now with Space Force, SpaceX, and Blue Horizon. Okay, we can now preserve the history while also providing a revenue stream for Cobb County and the city of Marietta. My idea for Cobb County, city of Marietta, is to pivot from downtown city of Marietta here out to the end of the runway at Dobbins, where we will hold the Lockheed Heritage and Innovation Center, a place where Georgia aerospace stories inspire and connects with what is coming next. For more than 80 years, the people of Marietta and Cobb County have designed, built, tested, and flown some of the most incredible aircraft in American history. The B-29 sitting out front on Cobb Parkway is a testimony, and as well as the other you hear. A C-130 flies over, or a C-5. Everybody recognizes that whenever you hear that fly above us. Thousands of Georgia families carry a personal connection to the history.
Mr. James, your time has run.
I'm sorry, there's only 3 minutes allotted, but what I'd like is for my chief assistant to connect with you and get your contact information.
Oh, okay, good.
Given we can learn more about this.
Good, yes, I think this is a great idea.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to begin the conversation.
Thank you, appreciate it, you did too.
Got it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Christine Rosman.
Hello again, Christine Rosman. And I kind of said what I wanted to say already, but I just figured I'd follow up with saying thank you to Commissioner Sheffield. Thank you to Commissioner Gambrell, and for pointing out the elephant in the room and having the courage to do so. Because I know it's hard to keep everybody accountable, but we appreciate when you look at what the citizens are going through and what we're spending our money on, and that you just can't be entitled to throw something into a budget and then expect nobody to question it. So thank you. And I also wanted to thank Commissioner Gambrell Burrell, your names are too close. Burrell for the meeting that you had last week over at Tim Lee and hosting that, which was very insightful about the 2050 plan. And I just wanted to say, don't think that we were being disrespectful of pushing back, but in the same way that we want to push back and question, we have that right to do so. And we also have the right to call things out. Like when we see the Delphi method, modus operandi, whatever you say, in play, And so we see that it's like, hey, we're going to paint this picture for you. And people are like, no, that's not what we want. We want this. But then we keep being offered this. And it's a manipulative technique that is used a lot in high-end sales. So you'll find that a lot with, like, Deloitte-type companies. I'm not saying that they use it, but mostly large companies that want to get a big agenda and give you preset decisions and outcomes without giving you the whole picture. So we want the whole picture. And so that's what we were pushing for. And I appreciate you hosting that. I think that we're finding out that the panacea of socialist kind of government, where it's like, oh, we're going to be everything to our citizens, has a big price on it. And we're seeing that in real time in New York City with Mandami. And everybody was like, yeah, we want socialism, until it goes into effect and people realize the reality that this panacea that was painted ain't really true. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Thomas Bartlett.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Xavier Bartlett, and I'm here today as a citizen of Marietta and Cobb, advocating for the creation of more housing and stratagems to help the unhoused population here in Cobb County. Thousands of people sleep outside, in cars, or in other untenable situations. Volunteer reporting accounted for 1,000 unhoused people, along with the Department of Education accounting for over 2,800 families lacking a, quote, fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, which comes from a Newsbreak article. Reports accounted for 283 unsheltered, unhoused people in Cobb, which is 283 too many. This issue often gets ignored or elided from agendas because the assumption is that Cobb is a well-off and affluent county that may not have unhoused people, and yet the data says otherwise. Homelessness has not only worsened over time, but has specifically worsened in Cobb. There are people paying as much for a hotel or a motel that they could for an apartment. However, because of deposit costs and credit requirements, they are not able to secure that more sustainable housing and are thus stuck in precarity. With recent weather events such as the prolonged heat wave that we all experienced, this situation is only becoming more dire and emergent. That is why I am speaking today. I want to propose solutions to help people living in these conditions. That same Newsbreak article explains that housing costs are the main culprit behind this increased number of unhoused people. Inflation has outpaced income increases, and long-term employment is increasingly becoming reserved to a bygone era, a bygone economic era specifically. Narratives around unhoused people and personal responsibility also abound when these conversations come up, leading to punitive policy that punishes those caught up in an unforgiving system. I believe the solution for this is to construct more housing, specifically affordable and accessible housing. Shelters are an amazing resource, but I believe shelters and other temporary emergency efforts must live alongside efforts like housing that allows people to build credit and plant roots in a more significant way. The Cobb Homeless Alliance outlines their 4-step process, including assessments and outreach to first get in contact with people and connect them with better resources, then leading to, of course, emergency shelters, transitional housing, finally ending at more permanent housing. I believe the Board of Commissioners and the Cobb government in general should follow these and other principles to reduce the unhoused populations and help people living in those conditions. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Mr. Craig Harfoot.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Craig Harfoot. The young gentleman just proved my point. It's the county budgets that caused all the homelessness. And then he talks about hotel motel tax people. Guess what? The unhoused people are paying for Brave Stadium, not parks. It's all decisions that you've made that have brought us here. And the only way out is when the housing collapses again, like it did in 2008, and that the bills the governor signed, there's no more, we're going to flip houses fixing them up. They just legislated that into the ground to just drive the price up even higher on the house. So you got to understand, it's only affordable. I bought 2 houses in downturns. That's the only time housing's affordable, in a downturn. And you're not prepping for the downturn because you should be cutting your budget 10% a year and drop the millage rate just to make it not happen sooner, make it happen later. Look at, you used to say, oh, we had all this commercial tax base. You've lost that. People can come in there and argue the price down, and like town center, you're probably not getting any money out of that anymore. And if you put housing on it, you're going to run up the police, and the more dense you get, the more police and fire you need. The taller you build, the more fire you need. Look at downtown. The Bell South was one of the first big buildings in downtown Atlanta when it came in the 70s. They're going to tear it down now. I mean, I was in Midtown yesterday. It's a mess. But make no doubt, all these years I've come here, the chair, the county manager, the department heads, and finance get together, and the department heads ask for more money every year. It's been going on in government for millennia. I mean, it's like, ask for more and hope you get it. But really, you need to back it off because of what's coming. And it's like, you cannot spend your way and tax your way out of homelessness. You're never going to do it. He thinks you're going to build affordable housing. Any of it that's been built is not affordable. Even with the name tag on it. I checked it out in Buckhead. But the thing is, building materials. I can't go in Home Depot without sticker shock. I mean, it's like a $5 sheet of plywood is $25 to $45. So when that happens, you're not going to build an affordable box anymore, and you really need to cut the budget before you do it.
And the final speaker for this section is Lily Trottier. And I'm sure she will correct me on the pronunciation.
Good morning. My name is Lily Trottier. You actually did pretty good. I hear a lot of Trottier, Trotter, etc. So thank you, actually. That was very nice. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and also the organization I work for, the Borgen Project, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to alleviating poverty through advocacy. And so during my time with the Borgen Project, I actually have learned quite a bit about how the government works with legislation, budget processing, et cetera, as the Borgen's Project's main focus is promoting the international affairs budget, which only makes up less than 1% of our annual budget. But applying that information to more of a local government standpoint, it kind of makes me realize the lack of communication that happens usually. It's not an intentional aspect. Our bureaucracy is so big, our government is so expansive that it's very hard to meet with people in general. But I think kind of just echoing and preaching to the choir that there's just, I get a lot, oh my goodness, my words, a stronger desire for more communication and accountability. And I understand that all of you are very busy. I can't imagine what it is like being a government official. It's very busy, but I think just coming together and kind of realizing we're all on the same team is very helpful. Sometimes it feels like it's an us versus them. I'm very young, I'm only 20, so I honestly don't have a lot of life experience or direct experience in government. I started voting 2 years ago, but just in the short time that I've had exposure and by working with the Borgen Project, it just makes me realize like the lack of education and outreach I've had as a young person. So I guess I can't really speak on budget matters, but focusing more so on that, just kind of making our budget, I guess, also less, but also more efficient. I think when people are given a proper budget and having certain spending limits without making those requests all the time can help people prioritize what really matters. And so by dedicating that $10,000 to the overtime workers, that $10,000 is taken from someone else, and that helps them realize what really matters to us. And I think by condensing that, it makes it a lot easier for people to work together and become more efficient with what they focus on, and gets out of the way of a lot of projects that may not get finished. I see a lot of construction happening all the time, just driving around, and it never seems like it's going to get done. I don't know if anyone else has the same experience, but it can be very frustrating and very confusing, especially when you don't know why the construction's happening. Again, like in my short time of working in more public fronts, there's just not a lot of information about why these projects are happening. Like with a lot of our budget being dedicated to water and sewage, I personally don't really understand the full why behind it. It never feels like I've been explained the why behind things. So I think focusing more on condensing and being more efficient, also explaining, I guess, in more simpler terms. I'm not an economics person, so sometimes you gotta dumb it down for me would be more helpful, and especially to ordinary citizens such as myself. Thank you for your time.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break before we get started with the rest of our agenda. Thank you. All righty, welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting this July 14th, 2026. We are now at the consent agenda portion of our meeting, and those items have been scrolling on the screen prior to the meeting and will do so once the meeting concludes. Before we approve the consent agenda, there is one additional non-agenda item to add, and I move that we approve the following non-agenda item addition, which is to authorize settlement of a workers' compensation claim on behalf of April Robinson.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries. Commissioner Sheffield?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. With that, just checking to see if we have any changes. There has been a slight revision.
Are you still going through revision?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm. Yes, there's been a slight revision for the ARC contract. And also, let me see, the medical examiner. And again, we've added April Robinson. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to ask that we pull item number 22. I'm sorry. Item number 34. I'm sorry. Number 34 from the consent and add it to regular for discussion.
Okay, we can do that. Are there any other requests or comments or changes needed to the consent agenda? Okay, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised and to authorize execution of the necessary documents by the appropriate county personnel, recognizing again that agenda item 34 has been pulled for regular agenda item consideration.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
I do not support agenda item number 5. Again, this goes back to my earlier comments that I think we need to have policies surrounding these nonprofits that are being set up to supplement the general fund before doing so.
Okay. Is there any other matter that someone would like to address on consent? Okay.
Yes, and I don't support item number 22. Other budgets, other one-time money, roof repairs, whatever, that come out of facilities management division. And this is coming out of public safeties rather than facilities, when other departments, the sheriff, all fall under facility management money.
Okay. Are there any other matters that commissioners would like to address? Okay, again, there is a motion to approve the items on consent as it has been revised. Again, noting 21 and 35 were already revised. We are pulling item 34 consideration, and Commissioner Burrow has noted that she is not supporting item 22, and Commissioner Gamble has noted she is not supporting item 5. There was a second already. Are you still seconding that? Okay. Any other further comments? We'll call the question. The motion carries. What is it carries 5-0. Yeah. She wants to talk. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now that we have passed our consent agenda, we will go ahead and hear the item that was pulled. That is agenda item 34 from Human Resources.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chairwoman, Commissioners. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. This particular item is to approve a fund balance appropriation for contingency. So in the event that we would, or the board would like for us to use a search firm for particular positions, the funding is appropriated. Hi, Aaliyah. So basically, it's to approve a fund balance appropriation within the general fund to establish a contingency for the use of an executive search firm as needed or desired. As you can imagine, some positions are a little bit more difficult to fill than others. And so this appropriation would allow us to come back before the board to say we have perhaps gone out for our regular process of advertising a position through HR a couple of times, and we are struggling. Sometimes we have issues with getting higher paid, more competitive positions in the private sector. And so sometimes we have to go out and figure out how are we going to be competitive. And so this appropriation would allow us to be able to come back to the board on a case-by-case basis to determine whether or not we need a search firm to help fill critical positions. So the impact of this item, of this request, would increase HR's budget by $60,000 with the fund balance appropriation, and approval of this request will also increase the FY27 operating budget within HR. Our interim HR director is here, and I'll just ask if she would like to add anything. And if so, feel free to do so, but if not, we're just asking the board to consider this appropriation.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. With that, Commissioners, I move that we approve this agenda item as has been presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. For $60,000, what would be the average cost for service, like for one transaction?
Okay, so it varies.
Okay.
It would depend on multiple factors. So for example, if we wanted a firm to go from stem to stern, so from just say from the inception of putting the position out for advertisement, all the way through selection and providing the board with an analysis of a list of candidates that they think that the board should interview. So it just depends. It depends on what we're asking a firm to do. So it could be from just advertising it and then letting us take it, HR take it from there, and we go from there. Or we could ask them to go all the way to making a selection for myself, HR, or whatever to take over to bring to you all. So that's the reason that we're doing that, looking at it that way. Aaliyah, do you have anything?
I don't. I do know that often the charge will also be a percentage of the salary.
Yes.
Of the hired candidate.
Okay. Commissioner Burrow.
Well, let me piggyback on that first. So would each position, if we use a search firm, would each position go out to several firms, or do we hire one firm that does all positions? And would that be approved by the board before the process is started?
So typically what we would do is what we would do is an informal request for firms to participate. It's just kind of what we did before. And so those firms would submit what they consider to be the scope of work, because we provided them what we're looking for. So a couple of firms, maybe 3 or 4, would submit their bid on that scope of work. We would bring that back, and based on, like any other RFP, right, we would look at who's the best qualified firm to do the work that we're asking them to do for that particular position. And then we would make a selection of a particular firm. So multiple firms could provide a quote for the work that we're asking them to do. Then I would come back and I would let the board know that here's where we are, here's the why we are asking to go out for a search firm to begin with. Here are the firms that have submitted it. Here's the work that's going to be provided. Here's the cost. To perhaps include a percentage of the salary if we use their service and choose someone that they have recommended. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we do have a policy in place, a process through procurement, and a selection committee is formed. They review the applications. Once they receive what HR has, I guess, narrowed it down to, or made sure that they're qualified candidates and meet the requirements, and send it to the selection committee, which then sends it to you, narrowed down a little more, and then you submit to the board your recommendation and we interview 2, 3, however many you present, and then the chair brings forward a recommendation. I know that the communications position, which is also hasn't been filled yet, went out twice. This is the second time it was opened up. The HR never made it past the applications being submitted. So I think that we should have one more, open it back up at least one more time before we engage in hiring a search firm, because all positions are critical that we have to decide or vote on. So I just think we need to follow the process, and unless we change the process and policy, I don't support going outside to bid or search firm.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Commissioner Gamble? Commissioner Gamble, go ahead. Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay.
So I don't support this agenda item either, but it's because I support our county manager. This is the role of the county manager, to make sure that the county is properly staffed. It even says so in our enabling legislation. So to me, this is saying indirectly, and again, this is not directed at you, Jackie, that our county manager isn't doing the job she was hired to do. Yet she is doing the job she is hired to do. It's because the board is not sitting down as a board and having discussions to get these positions filled. So to sit here and take $60,000 of taxpayer dollars to put it out to a firm to help them do the selection process, knowing that we're then going to come back with the argument of, well, we don't pay market rate, so who's going to want to come and work for us? So you're not going to get the cream of the crop. You're going to get the ones that are going to be willing to take a lower paycheck because the government isn't going to pay. Which argument are you going to use? Which way are we going to go? Just last night, it was said that, you know, we don't pay our employees market rate, and that's why we need to do another, I think it was Everett study, the last one we did, where we did the salaries.
Compensation.
Evergreen, thank you. And it was then proposed that we needed to have a $40 million increase to adjust salaries to make it, to meet the market. Yet, if you look at our economic development, our development authority, whenever they bring a new business in, one of the caveats is they have to bring those salaries in at 25% above market rate. So again, we keep putting the taxpayers at the disadvantage because of these incentives we put out here to bring people in. When's it going to stop? I think Dr. McMorris has done a great job. I think our directors that also help screen the applicants do a great job, and this is a slap in their face.
Okay. Go ahead. Have you spoken already? Okay.
I just want to make sure we're not using hyperbole to inflate the situation. A search firm is a tool that is used by HR directors, county managers all the time to help them, just like any other tool. When they post a job, they are using a tool to post that job and put it out. This is not about someone not being effective at their job. So I want to make sure you both don't walk away, because it is a tool. And as a HR professional myself, it's a tool in the toolbox. This agenda item also is not a request to immediately go out and use a firm. It is to make sure that the tool is available when the tool is needed. So I think we need to make sure that we're having an honest conversation, not the hyperbole of this is a slap in the face, this is all this. No one is doing that. What we're doing is the exact opposite. We're just trying to make sure our staff has the tools that they need in order to be effective for these hard to fill positions. There are counties and cities all over the country that are struggling to staff certain positions. Pay is an element of it. We can get to that bridge when we get to it, but we should not use that as an opportunity to strip away tools that can make our professionals better.
Yeah, and essentially, my comments are very similar in that this is not a referendum against the process or the county manager or the staff that sits on panels. It's not process, it's more about the pool of candidates. A lot of our conversation today has been about the budget. The truth of the matter is, we are not competitive in our salaries. How do we get there? Pay more money. How do we get there? Included in the budget. Will we have the support of the board members to put it in the budget so Dr. McMorris and her staff can effectively recruit talent? So those are conversations we also need to have. It's not about process, it's the pool of candidates that are being drawn. So the recommendation was, if we cannot secure with the first round, let's go out again. You probably will likely have the same pool of candidates, even in going out a second time. So with headhunters or search firms, they have a broader scope. They have a broader reach. So as Commissioner Allen said, this is a tool that's in our toolbox that we'll pull out when needed. So I am supportive of this agenda item. Thank you.
So just a question for you, Dr. Jackie. When we send out a position to be filled, do we limit to where that position goes, or how do we put it out in there for people to reach? Is it only local to Georgia, or can anybody from anywhere access that information?
It's a national search, and depending on the position, we certainly go out to associations that may be affiliated with a particular discipline. So if it's an engineering position, we will make sure that we post a position in places where engineers will be looking for a job. So it's not just in a local newspaper or a local platform. They are usually national. They're for 2 weeks. If we don't get good candidates, we go back out for another week. And then we go from there, and we will keep the board updated as to where we are with the department head searches. Then and only then, after we've gone out a couple of times and we look at the quality, and then we leave that to HR to determine minimum qualifications and/or where we see we're just not getting the talent. I also rely on the subject matter experts, my department heads to help screen out some of those so that they can tell us where we are. It's hard to compete with the private sector, but at the end of the day, we do need to look at several factors that each of you has brought up, right? We do need to do that. This is a tool. It is one tool. But we also need to look at where we are not as competitive as our counterparts and determine how we want to move forward with being more competitive. And the chair has asked us to look at that, and we will do that. But it also requires a commitment to funding it if we do that. So that's another thing we have to talk about. This is just one part of it, if the board so chooses to approve it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other comments or questions? I'll reserve mine. I'll go ahead and call the question. Motion carries 3-2 with Commissioner Burrell and Gamble in opposition. Thank you. That now takes us to our transportation tab, and we'll hear from our director, Drew Ressler.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager Drew Ressler with DOT. We have just 13 items to present to you on the regular tab this morning. Our first item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract for acquisition of right-of-way with the Georgia Department of Transportation for Old 41 Highway, Cobb County Project Number X2609, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents to include necessary quitclaim deeds to the Georgia Department of Transportation for right-of-way certification.
Commissioner Gamble.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve supplemental agreement number 1 to the contract with Benning Construction Company in an amount not to exceed $186,044.48 for Transportation Management Center upgrade, Cobb County project number B2583. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve an assignment agreement with Parsons Transportation Group Incorporated for various contracts with BCC Engineering doing business as Heath and Lineback. Approve first and second amendments to the assigned contracts for engineering and design services. Authorize the corresponding budget and accounting transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a purchasing instrument with Computer Center United States Incorporated in the amount of $148,649.76 for Mars Hill Road ITS Communications Phase 3B and 3C, project number B2512, utilizing state contracts, authorizing corresponding budget transaction, and further authorize the Procurement Services Director to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners authorize acceptance of awarded FY26 Section 5339 low or no emissions grant program funding in an amount not to exceed $7,734,526 for the Cumberland Autonomous Vehicle Circulator Pilot Project. Adopt a resolution authorizing the formal submission of an FY26 F5339 grant program application to FDA. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman or her designee to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Allen.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Lawson Enterprises LLC in an amount not to exceed $143,397.67 for drainage system repairs on 7 Spring Circle, project number B22194. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
Motion to approve.
Second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Chatfield Contracting Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $173,372.35 for drainage system repairs on Jamie Way, project number B22177. Authorize corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
Motion to approve.
Second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Chatfield Contracting Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $85,180.72 for drainage system repairs on Stilesboro Road, project number B2246. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Lawson Enterprises LLC in an amount not to exceed $90,589.78 for drainage system repairs on Apache Court, project number B22134. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gambrill.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve an assignment agreement with STV Incorporated for various contracts with American Engineers Incorporated. Approve first amendments to the assigned contracts for engineering and design services. Authorize corresponding budget and accounting transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners rescind project number X2706, task order number 1, to the 2025 master task order contract with American Engineers Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $250,740. Approve project number X2706, task order number 2, to the 2025 master task order contract with STV Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $250,740 for preliminary engineering design of Powder Springs Road Trail. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gamble.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve project number B2599 Task Order Number 1 to the 2025 Master Task Order Contract with Gresham Smith in an amount not to exceed $43,462 for Vinings and Cumberland Area Traffic Study. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Allen.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And our final item this morning is to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve supplemental agreement number 1 to the contract with D&H Construction Company Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $123,654.50 for drainage system repairs on Woodlawn Drive, project number B22114. Authorize a corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Great job, Chair.
Thank you.
That now takes us to the Public Services tab, and we'll hear from our Parks Director, Michael Brantley.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. We have 3 items for consideration this morning. Our first item is for the Board of Commissioners to approve change order number 1 to the contract with Access Infrastructure, LLC, for the pedestrian bridge at Leone Hall Price Park under the 2016 Parks Plus program. During design, Parks identified the proper bridge location adjacent to Stylesboro Road, but it was determined that the bridge and boardwalk should meet design criteria provided by AASHTO concerning ADA accessibility and future connection of a possible future Alatoona Creek Greenway. Additional design fees are needed to meet this criteria. We asked the Board of Commissioners to approve change order number 1 to the contract with Access Infrastructure for the pedestrian bridge in an amount not to exceed $9,208.50 under the 2016 Parks Plus program. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Gamble.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Commissioner Burrow.
Michael, will that affect the construction costs as far as adding the ADA or whatever we're?
It'll affect the construction cost, but it's inside of the cost of the construction.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't done the construction yet.
Right.
But
This is
we'll have
design.
to. No, it would not affect anything more than we have right now.
From what was received from revenue above?
Well, there was original SPLOST money in revenue above, but it won't exceed that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Our second item is for the Board of Commissioners to approve a contract with HEC Construction Solutions, LLC, to provide construction services for a new restroom building and renovation of an existing restroom building at Noonday Park under the 2022 Parks Plus program. Over the years, the current restroom facility on the Shallowford side of Noonday Park has struggled to keep up with the demand. An identified project in the 2022 SPLOST was to add a secondary restroom building to that location to alleviate capacity issues. We asked the Board of Commissioners to approve a contract with HEC Construction Solutions to provide those construction services in an amount not to exceed $872,148 under the 2022 Parks Plus program, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Our final item is for the Board of Commissioners to approve a contract with ABC Concrete Finishers to provide construction services for concrete cart path replacement at Cobblestone Golf Course under the 2022 Parks Plus program. The cart paths at Cobblestone are over 30 years old, and the wear and tear of the cart paths are causing issues of safety for patrons and quicker breakdowns of golf carts due to rough and uneven surfaces. This is our second round of path replacement and renovation. Once this project is finished, we will have replaced approximately 35% of the paths at Cobblestone. Bids came in a little higher than expected, and several areas were taken out to stay within budget. We ask the Board of Commissioners to approve a contract with ABC Concrete Finishers to provide construction services for concrete cart path replacement at Cobblestone in an amount not to exceed $249,998.35 under the 2022 Parks Plus program. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
So moved. I'm sorry, let me go to Commissioner Gamble. Go ahead, Commissioner Gamble.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Michael, can you tell me what the dollar amount was? I don't know why
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Can you tell me the dollar amount that you just read?
$249,000. So if you look on the front page, that's the bid that came in, but we had to value engineer it down.
Okay,
So
thank
that,
you.
we had to stay within budget, so we
Okay,
value
thank you.
engineered it down.
Appreciate it.
We had to take
That's
certain
exactly what I
areas
was
off.
looking at. Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right, call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. That now takes us to support services, and we'll hear from facilities management.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, County Manager. Facility has 3 items this morning. Facilities Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners approve a supplemental agreement number 2 in the contract amount of $28,371.42 with John W. Spratlin and Sons LLC for additional services associated with the replacement of Fire Station 12, to authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
Motion to approve.
Second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Facilities Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Da Vinci Development Collaborative, LLC, for program management services for the pre-construction and contract management phase for the E911 Communications Center in the amount not to exceed $971,475.18. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
All right, Commissioner Sheffield.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Facilities Management would like to request the Board of Commissioners approve a contract for the pre-construction service phase with Hogan Construction Group, LLC, for construction management at risk services related to the new South Cobb Health Facility in the amount not to exceed $6,500. To authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairwoman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Sheffield.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Lee. That now takes us to our second public comment.
And there are no speakers for this segment.
Okay, thank you. Then that now takes us to the appointment tab, and we will begin with Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to announce the appointment of Crystalline Wigging Lambert to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Gamble has the next item.
I'd like to announce the appointment of Joan Kroll to the Neighborhood Safety Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. And finally, I'm announcing the appointment of Betty Smoot-Madison to the Transit System Advisory Board. That now concludes our appointments, and we are now at the Commissioner's public address. We will begin with Commissioner Gamble once the slides are on the screen.
You can help shape Cobb County's future by providing input on the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, which will guide growth, transportation, housing, parks, and more over the next 20 years. You can join the public meeting on Thursday, July 16th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the West Cobb Senior Center, which is located at 4915 Dallas Highway, Powder Springs. You can take the survey. You can provide feedback by taking a community survey, which will remain open through August in my newsletter. And lastly, Whiteout, a community basics drive. Donate new underwear, socks, and undershirts to benefit Must Ministries from Friday, July 17th through Saturday, August 8th in recognition of National Underwear Day. Donation boxes will be available at Cobb County precincts, senior centers, libraries, First Presbyterian Church of Marietta, and the David Hankerson Building. Clean underwear is one of the most needed yet least donated essentials for individuals and families experiencing homelessness or financial hardship. Help us white out Cobb County.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now go to Commissioner Allen.
Just want to remind District 2 residents that there will be 2 more hearings on the proposed 2027 budget. A special called meeting next Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. And then our regular meeting for adoption will be on July 28th at 7 p.m. Also, coming up on August 6th, I will be having a town hall at Schweitzer Library. This town hall will feature the 3 interns that have been working in my office with me this summer, focused on homelessness, housing affordability, and economic and community development, specifically digging into the town center mall corridor. So please come out, use the QR code. We do have limited space, so use the QR code to register, and look forward to seeing you on August 6th.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now hear from Commissioner Burrow.
Yes, and also, I think we probably all are advertising the public hearings for the budget and millage, and thanks to those that spoke today during the public hearing process. And there are 2 more available, so please come out. Okay. Residents are invited to attend the last 2 public meetings for the 2050 comp plan. The one in District 3 was last Tuesday at the Tim Dealey Senior Center. We had a great crowd of 100+ folks that came out, and as Commissioner Gambrill mentioned, hers is this Thursday, July 16th, and then we've also added a 7th meeting, which will be virtual on Thursday, July 23rd from 6:30 to 8:30. And the link to join is on the Community Development website. Last Friday, I had the opportunity of cutting a ribbon at a improved re-grand opening ceremony at the Kroger at Shallowford and Gordy Parkway, Sandy Plains. So this Friday, 2 Fridays, the Friday, July 24th, will be another ribbon cutting for the Shallowford Falls Kroger at Shallowford and Johnson Ferry in District 3 for the grand opening. So they've made some additional improvements inside and out, and the public is welcome to join us at 9 a.m. Also, over the weekend on Saturday, I had the opportunity and honor to join our National Guard for the Command Senior Enlisted Leader of Georgia Change of Responsibility ceremony. And it was well attended, and the chain of command for General Wilson. And there's some pictures there of the honorary commanders, folks that came out, and National Guard supporters. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, hear from Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you, Chair. District 4 news and updates. Your voice matters. Cobb DOT is seeking community input on the proposed expansion of the Cobb Link Go microtransit program. Residents are invited to attend one of our upcoming public meetings to learn more about proposed South Cobb expansion and share your feedback. Join in person on July 16th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. at the South Cobb Community Center located at 620 Lions Club Drive in Mableton, or participate virtually on July 29th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. To access the virtual meeting link, please visit Cobb County's website at cobbcounty.gov. The Kaiser Permanente Summer Movie Series has returned to the Mabel House Amphitheater. Bring your family, friends, lawn chairs, and blankets for a fun evening under the stars. Admission is free, parking is free, and you're welcome to bring your own food and beverages. Seating is first come, first serve, rain or shine. Visit cobbcounty.gov for movie lineup and showtimes. And in case you were not aware, There have been additional meetings added for the comp plan. You have an opportunity to help shape Cobb's future by attending one of the meetings. The first will be on July 16th from 6:30 to 8:30 at the West Cobb Senior Center, or virtually on Thursday the 23rd from 6:30 to 8:30. The link can also be found on the county's webpage. And finally, join the Powder Springs Community Task Force for its 25th annual Back to School Bash on Saturday, July 26th from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Ron Anderson Recreation Center located at 3820 Macedonia Road in Powder Springs. This exciting community event will feature school supplies, community resources, fun activities, and much more to help students and families prepare for its successful school year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, all of you, for attending today's meeting and also tuning in. We do have a community development hearing that's also a part of this meeting that will follow the Commissioner's public address, so you can feel free to stay tuned for that. But what I would like to do is go ahead and have a 15-minute break before that hearing begins and come back at 11:35. So for the meanwhile, our meeting will have a brief break, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting this July 14th, 2026. Before us today is a community development hearing, and I will turn things over to our county attorney, Debbie Blair, who will walk us through today's hearing.
Good morning. We are still in the morning, I think. Yes, this is an appeal hearing for Relaxing Head Spa, who was denied an application. Each side per the code has 15 minutes to present their position, inclusive of the direct or cross-examination of their witnesses. Any time that the board uses for questioning is not included in their side. So you can ask any questions that you like as far as that goes. The county will submit their position or present their positions first, and then the applicant will present their positions. And again, you can question either any of the witnesses as you like, or wait until the end and proceed as you would. And Mr. Sam Hensley will be presenting the county position.
Okay, thank you. Before we get started, it's not clear to me. I understand there was a language issue. Will there need to be more time for any communication between the applicant and whoever will be presenting because of that?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Hensley and I spoke to the attorney for the applicant, and I will let Mr. Hensley put that on the record.
Perfect, thank you. All right, I'll turn things over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Madam County Manager, and Madam County Attorney. Again, for the record, I am Sam Hensley, Jr. I'm the attorney for the Business License Division of Cobb County. In response to your question, Madam Chairwoman, we did have a License Review Board hearing previously on this matter. There was an interpreter there, a Mandarin interpreter. I have spoken to Mr. Nick Booth, who is the attorney for the licensee, and they have decided that the only witness he will be presenting does not need an interpreter, so they're going to waive on the record their right to have an interpreter. They have had the opportunity to retain an interpreter and to have them here today, but have decided against that. So I would like them to speak on the record to waive that, so we have evidence of that.
Okay, thank you. Let's get you a microphone so you can be heard more clearly. And yes, please state your name as well.
Thank you. My name is Nick Booth. I represent the applicants. I'm with the law firm of Odell, Hungerford, Blanchard, and Booth. I have here with me Yunji Jin in the middle. He is the owner of Relaxing Head Spa. Mr. Jin's first language is Mandarin. However, I don't expect to need to elicit any testimony from Mr. Jin. I do have his son here, Haijing Jin. Haijing is the manager of Relaxing Head Spa. Any information related to his father, I can ask questions of him. I also have the proposed licensee, Mr. Jintong Meng, on the far end. And yes, agree with Mr. Hensley, we are waiving the right to have an interpreter present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make a brief opening statement, Madam Chairwoman, and I'll be succinct. As Ms. Blair has pointed out, we have limited time to hold these hearings, so we want to be concise. I won't go into any of the details other than to say that our evidence is going to show there were 2 ordinances that were violated, and our witnesses will present evidence and testimony regarding that. The first is Section 7845C2 of the Cobb County Code of Ordinances, which states that a business registration application or certificate under this chapter may be denied, suspended, or revoked only if one or more of the following exists. And number 2 in that section states the applicant or licensee has supplied false information to the supervisor of the business license office. And my witnesses will go into that in more detail. In brief, our evidence is going to show that the applicant and proposed licensee, Jintong Meng, did not disclose his employment at another massage business and did not honestly disclose his arrest history. Secondly, under Section 78294, governing health spas, it states as follows: in addition to the causes for denial, suspension, or revocation of a license specified in Section 7845, which I just cited to you, due cause for denial of a massage practitioner or health spa license shall include the following: the failure of the applicant or licensee to actively supervise and monitor the conduct of the employees, customers, and others on the premises in order to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the general public and the customers. This came about because of the owner not being at this business very much by his own admission due to his employment or his job as a flight instructor. But again, Detective Hughes will go into that in just a moment. In addition, there were numerous aggravating factors that led to this decision, and those will be presented as well. I do want to point out that these hearings are governed by 6-147D, which is actually in the alcohol code, but that governs the process for these hearings that we have before the License Review Board and the Board of Commissioners. And in that section, it states that the hearing shall proceed as any due cause hearing, and the board may consider mitigating and aggravating circumstances in reaching its determination. That is why this type of testimony will be presented. So I just want to put on the record how we handle these hearings, whether they involve alcohol or health spas. It's specifically referred to in 7845A. This matter came before the License Review Board on May 28, 2026, at which hearing the License Review Board voted unanimously to uphold the administrative denial of this application. The applicant then filed a timely appeal to this board. As we mentioned, the applicant is represented by counsel. They have waived their right to an interpreter. And so at this point, I will let Mr. Booth, if he wants to make a brief opening statement, to do so. Then I will swear in all of the witnesses at once so we can proceed.
Thank you, and may it please the commission. I am here to appeal the denial of the business application for Relaxing Head Spa, Inc. As Mr. Hensley pointed out, there are two stated grounds in his opening for the denial. The first is 78-45C2, which states that a business registration application under this chapter may be denied, suspended, or revoked only if one or more of the following exists. And the section that was cited was the applicant or licensee has supplied false information to the supervisor of the business license office. We believe the evidence is going to show specifically those two issues were failure to disclose an arrest history and failure to disclose prior employment. We believe that the evidence is going to show that on both of those issues there was a misunderstanding. Mr. Meng, the licensee, English is not his first language. The arrest in question was a custodial detention on a bench warrant for failure to appear because of an expired registration. It was quickly rectified, but that was the arrest. It was a bench warrant for failure to appear. And he, as soon as he was taken into custody, he had it worked out and resolved. The other issue is failure to disclose employment history. The employment in question was his mother's massage studio. During the relevant period, his mother was undergoing cancer treatment. He would cover for her at times. He did not maintain any regular scheduled hours, and he did not consider it his employer. He was doing other things during this time. He was merely helping his mother, and so there was a good faith misunderstanding. He didn't realize he needed to put that on the application. I mean, the other factors about failure to maintain a qualified individual at the massage studio. I mean, obviously, the license hasn't been granted, so I think it's arguable whether that applies. Mr. Hensley's referencing the intent to have somebody on site, but the county ordinances are very clear that the licensee is not necessarily, neither the owner nor the licensee are the people that have to be on premises at all times. Those can be designated to a manager, and that is exactly who we have here, Mr. Haijing Jin. He is the manager who has the intent to be there and oversee the day-to-day operations as permitted in the Cobb Code of Ordinances. So as to the other aggravating factors, I believe the evidence is going to show that those are not really supported by any evidence that carries with it an actual foundation. We believe it's pursuant to a background check that makes tenuous associations with individuals who may or may not have a disciplinary or criminal history. It makes investigations about other massage studios that have nothing to do with the massage studio in question, and we believe that those can be explained away or otherwise should not be considered because they lack foundation, which would be necessary to actually show that my clients are operating their business in a manner that would violate the Code of Ordinances. And so for those reasons, we are going to ask that this appeal be granted and that the application of Relaxing Head Spa, Inc. be granted.
Thank you.
At this point, Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to swear in all of the witnesses. If you're going to be testifying in this hearing or believe you may be testifying, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving before this proceeding today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say, I do. I do. Thank you. You may be seated. I'd like to call Alicia Webb, Madam Chairwoman.
I got you. Sam, and we had all 3 individuals stand with likelihood that not everyone understood what you were sharing. Can that be interpreted if they were going to stand and attest to that oath?
I will let you respond to that.
We can either waive his swearing in if he's not going to testify, or can ask his son to interpret. We'll waive the swearing for Yunji Jin.
There were two people there that stood up. Yes, for both of them, you'll waive.
Mr. Meng and Mr. Haijing Jin both speak English.
Okay, so it's just one individual. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Alicia Webb, Cobb County Business License Division Manager.
And what are your duties in that position with Cobb County?
Occupation tax collection and regulated license such as health spas and alcohol licenses.
And are you familiar with Relaxing Head Spa, doing business as Top Massage?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that enterprise?
This application for Relaxing Head Spa, Inc., doing business as Top Massage at 3372 Canton Road was submitted to my office in attempt to obtain a health spa license.
And when that was submitted to your office, what did you do at that point?
We review those, and then we send them down to the Cobb County Police Department Permits Unit for their portion of the background investigation on the applicants and licensee of the business.
And were you informed of the result of that background check? And
Yes, sir.
any other information the police came up with in regard to Top Massage?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that?
As you stated, this application was denied based on the fact that Mr. Ming, the licensee of the establishment, did not disclose his employment at VV Massage in Cartersville, and there was an arrest that was not disclosed in the application. Additionally, in Detective Hughes' investigation, he discovered some other things that were listed in the denial letter as aggravating factors.
When you received that information, what did you do with the application?
The application was denied based on the findings of the police department.
And was it then appealed to the License Review Board?
Yes, sir.
I have here a document, it's a certified copy of Section 7845 and Section 78294 of the Cobb County Code of Ordinances. Did you obtain those as certified copies from the county?
Yes, sir.
I would like to submit these for the record. I don't believe there's any objection to this, Madam Chair.
No objection.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Webb.
Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Alicia
I
before she
should have
leaves?
let you ask.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call Detective Brandon Hughes, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Detective Brandon Hughes, Cobb Police Regulatory Services Permits Unit.
And how long have you been with that unit, Detective?
8, 9 months now, I think.
And what are your duties in that position?
So we regulate alcohol, we do alcohol permits, alcohol licenses, and also health spas, we regulate those, and I do the background investigation for anyone that wants to apply for a business license in their health spa.
And where were you employed and what were your positions prior to joining the permits unit?
I was just a patrol officer on the road.
With Cobb County?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the application for a health spa license for Top Massage that is at issue today?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are you familiar with that?
I did the background investigation on this back in March.
And was that at the request of the Business License Division?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what did you find in that background check, sir?
When I first received it, I started with a background, a criminal history check. The owner, Mr. Yunji Jin, he showed no criminal history. Looking into him, I was able to find that his phone number was associated with Wellness Massage, which is in Marietta, and also Professional Body Works in Duluth. Mr. Jin's son, Hygiene Jin, was listed as an employee on this application. But I did find that the owner, Yunji Jin's not state licensed, and he reported that he was employed at H Mart. The licensee, Zhen Tong Ming, did not initially show a criminal history. However, I found that he was arrested by Duluth Police Department August 26th of 2025 for failure to appear on traffic citations. I called Duluth PD and verified this since I had found it online. They told me he was arrested. It was based on some traffic tickets, so it was a bench warrant for failure to appear. On the application, he had indicated that he had never been arrested, which was found to be not truthful. Mr. Ming reported he was working as a flight instructor and at Wellness Massage, which is on Barrett Parkway in Marietta. I also found, doing further investigation, that Mr. Ming had previously been associated with China Massage in Ackworth and was likely the licensee in 2022. That was not disclosed on the application. He's also linked to a subject named Raymond Taylor and also Danky Chang as possible associates. He is a state licensed massage therapist. I began a review of the manager, Mr. Haijing Jin. Since he stated he's a state licensed massage therapist, I went to the Secretary of State website, confirmed that he is. However, his license is currently on probation through the state. I also found that he was also linked to Ms. Danky Chang as a possible associate. Also connected him to I don't know if I'm saying it right, Bao the Trend. He's the former owner of Full Moon Massage, which was in Cherokee County. It was closed due to allowing unlicensed massage activity. Mr. Trend was also a suspect in a report of sexual assault at that location on August 12th of 2022. And records indicated that Mr. Trend paid for Zhen Tong Ming's massage therapy license in 2022. March 20th, 26, myself and an officer from the Business License Office went out to Wellness Massage at 125 Barrett Parkway to attempt to contact Mr. Ming to interview him. He was not present. However, employees advised that Haijing Jin, which is applying to be the manager at this location, was the manager for Wellness Massage and that he would return shortly. During that inspection, we made contact with several employees, one including a Mr. Tan. I don't really know how to say his first name, but he goes by Andy. He was identified as the owner of China Massage in Ackworth, which was closed a few years ago. And it showed Mr. Ming as the licensee.
Why was that closed, if I may interrupt you?
Cobb Business License Office and also our office closed them for allowing unlicensed massage therapy and other issues.
Thank you. I did not mean to interrupt your narrative.
That's fine. I spoke with Haijing Jin by phone and arranged to meet him at Destination Relaxation, which is inside Town Center Mall. It's another health spa. He's also the manager there. Business License Office issued some citations to some employees at Wellness. We left there. We went to Destination Relaxation, where business license conducted an inspection again. Mr. Haijing Jin arrived and confirmed that Yunji Jin, which is the owner of this application, is his father. When questioned about the probation status of his massage therapy license, Haijing Jin stated that in 2016, he was cited in Gainesville, Georgia, for allowing unlicensed massage therapy. He also admitted that he knew Danky Chang and Bao Di Trin. So while we were on scene, there was several citations for county ordinance violations issued at this location too. I was trying to talk to Mr. Ming, but I was told he was out of the country, so I wasn't able to speak with him. The following week, I responded out to Mr. Ming's residence to try to make contact with him, in which he was there, made contact with him, told him why I was there. Speaking with him about his arrest history, he admitted that he had previously been arrested after initially denying on his application, and when asked how he became the licensee, he told me that Mr. Haijing Jin asked him to serve in that role, and that he does not know Yunji Jin personally, which is the application's owner of the property. Mr. Ming stated that he works primarily as a flight instructor and intended only to work at the spa occasionally for supplemental income. When questioned about his employment history and his association with China Massage in Ackworth, Mr. Ming appeared evasive despite evidence that he previously served as a licensee. He stated that he had recently worked at VV Massage in Cartersville, which was not disclosed on his application. And he also admitted knowing Raymond Taylor and stated that he had socialized with him and his wife. Mr. Ming ultimately expressed uncertainty about continuing as the licensee for the business while I was on scene with him. So on April 1st, I had the owner, Mr. Yunji Jin, come into my office so I could interview him. Mandarin is his first language, so I had Patty Pan, that works for Cherokee Sheriff's Office, come in and translate for me. Mr. Yunji Jin stated he had no knowledge or experience in massage therapy and indicated that he provided funding for the business while his son, Haijing, managed the process. He acknowledged that Haijing Jin completed and submitted the application. He denied knowing the licensee personally, but acknowledged that his son is acquainted with him. Yunji Jin confirmed that he is aware of his son's probationary license status and stated that this was the reason he applied as the owner. He indicated that he trusted his son to operate the business in compliance with applicable laws and ordinances. While I was there, Haijing Jin was also there. I brought him in after I spoke with his father and spoke to him separately again. He acknowledged that his father was listed as the owner due to concerns that his probationary license status could negatively affect approval of the application. Haijing Jin stated that his father is the owner on paper and that he would manage the business operations.
Excuse me, just a moment. The 15 minutes has run, Board, so would you allow them to have additional time? And we will allocate the same amount of time to the applicant?
If the applicant's amenable.
We are. Okay. Thank you.
Proceed.
Okay. Based on Mr. Ming telling me that he had recently worked at VV Massage in Cartersville, I conducted further research into that business. Online sources indicated that VV Massage was listed on websites advertising illicit sexual services, including recent customer comments posted within the previous 3 weeks. As a result, I conducted a site visit. On April 7th, 2026, a deputy with the Bartow County Sheriff's Office zoning unit responded with me to VV Massage at 10:15 that morning. We observed surveillance cameras outside. Upon entry, we were greeted by Rongling Su, which goes by Susan, who identified herself as the owner. Ms. Su initially stated that she had no customers and only one employee working. However, upon inspection of the premises, 3 additional employees were located inside. 2 rear rooms contained twin beds, vanities, and significant amounts of clothing. A back area contained food preparation items and a fully stocked refrigerator, suggesting individuals may be residing on site. I had advised Ms. Sue that I was conducting a background investigation related to a health spa application in Cobb County. When asked about Xing Tong Ming, Ms. Sue stated that he is her son and that he sometimes operates the business on her behalf. Ms. Sue was the only state licensed massage therapist present. A logbook reflected payments for at least 2 massages that morning, indicating that other individuals had performed massages without holding state licenses. One female on site, identified as Jun Kong, stated that she was a friend of the owner. I recognize Ms. Kong as the current wife of Raymond Taylor and the former owner of Coco Massage, which had previously been closed by the Cobb Business License Office. 2 additional individuals were present who resided at the same address as the owner, which appears suspicious. These individuals were identified as Fin Jai Zhu, goes by Coco, and Fin Juan Lu, goes by Lisa. Online postings associated with VV Massage indicated that Susan and Coco were identified as primary providers of the sexual services. So Susan is the owner, which is Mr. Ming's mother. So Bartow County does not maintain strict ordinances like we do here in Cobb on these kinds of things, so they were unable to shut down the business immediately due to all the issues that they were there. Bartow County could have arrested the owner for allowing unlicensed massage there, which they failed to do so, but they did call out Bartow County Fire and shut the business down due to some fire marshal issues. And I went by that business a couple of days ago, and it's completely shut down and gone now in Cartersville.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, we have to go to cross and then we'll hear, I'm sorry. Let me just ask a clarifying question. I'm looking at the time. For the cross, does that not count towards?
That does count towards the applicant's time.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Good to see you, Detective Hughes.
You too.
All right. I'm sure we've been here before, so you know the question I'm going to ask. I'm sure you know you have family, extended relatives, friends, acquaintances, people you may have graduated from high school with. Surely one of them has committed a crime, correct?
I'm going to object to this and the relevance of this. The only thing at issue are the people that are here applying for this business license and their associations, not the witness.
We just talked about 5 other massage parlors that are not the subject of this
I
application.
understand. I'm trying to understand the context of your question. I think you're going to get to it, so I'm not opposed to the question.
Do you know somebody who's been convicted of a crime?
Well, I mean, everybody knows someone convicted of a
I'm
crime.
going to
but
repeat my objection.
I do not associate with those people.
So the answer to my question was yes, you do know somebody who's been convicted of a
It's
crime.
not relevant to this case. This is an appeal.
That's not my question, though. I'm not asking you whether it's relevant. I'm asking whether the question is yes or no.
I'm just trying to, he's trying to put something in context. I would just ask that you get to your point of questioning, but I understand you're trying to set up probably a future.
The fact that you may know a criminal does not make you yourself a criminal, correct?
Correct.
Right. And on this extensive investigation you conducted, what you uncovered is that the owner, the licensee, and/or the manager know people who have been convicted of crimes or have had their massage business shut down, right?
Correct.
But you agree, that in and of itself does not mean that these people are guilty of violating any of the statutes or ordinances that the people they may or may not know were convicted of, right?
I mean, I think we've already went through this. They are associated. They associate with them actively. So,
Well, let's talk about that. How do you know that they associate with them actively?
because your client told me.
Because my client told you. Did he tell you how they knew them?
I have to go back through my report here. Mr. Ming.
I'll just help you. I think one of them said that they had socialized with them, right?
Yeah, socialized, been to his house, knew him and his wife, Mr. Raymond Taylor, which was arrested in Cherokee County for operating.
Okay. Did he tell you they did crimes together?
No.
Now, you agree that China Massage, Destination Relaxation, Vivi Massage, and Coco Massage are not the applicants on this application, right?
They're not the applicants?
Yeah, they're not the applicants. They're not Relaxing Heads Massage Inc., right?
No, but they're employees of the Wellness and BB.
Right. Do you have anything to prove today that, to the extent that any of those massage businesses did anything illegal or which violated an ordinance, that any of that happened while any of these people were employed by those places?
Well, there were several ordinance violations issued at Wellness when we did our site inspection there, and also Relaxation Destination.
Right. And you agree that none of those happened during the times in which these individuals were employed?
Mr. Haijing Jin was issued citations.
Mr. Haijing Jin was issued citations when?
When we went out to Destination Relaxation and Wellness Massage.
Where is that in your report?
I did not issue those. The business license office did.
And it's not in your report, right?
It's in there. It's when we went out on March 20th at Wellness, she issued several citations there. I issued one for an employee not possessing a health spa permit. And then Ms. Deary issued several county ordinance citations to Mr. Jin at Destination Relaxation, same day.
Now, you stated that there were online postings associated with Vivi Massage that indicated that somebody was providing sexual services, right?
Correct.
Did you bring those postings today with you?
I'm not willing to give that up. That's coming from other stuff, so.
Right, because it looks like a lot of the information that you're citing in your report is coming from other sources, right?
Right, law enforcement resources, correct.
Right, and you hadn't bring any of those with you today, correct?
Well, I have them in my case file.
Okay, but your case file is not with you today.
It's here, but it's not submitted as evidence.
Right, so I don't know what sort of foundation is laid for any of these statements. I just know that you are making these statements. Right?
It's information that I've located.
Okay. That is all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Detective Hughes.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any questions? Yes, for the detective. This was certainly a lengthy report that was written. I've been trying to just diagram how people may be connected to different aspects of this just for my own understanding. And just looking through this, I'll start with China Massage. And, well, first let me ask it's probably for Alicia. I'm trying to understand what responsibility the owner has, the employee has versus what the licensee has to the site. Right now, I'm looking at a lot of information about Mr. Ming as the licensee. So I'm presuming that it's him who is the subject of the denial for this application due to not disclosing the arrest and due to not sharing all of his prior employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with that information about both gens, can I compartmentalize that separate from our analysis of Mr. Ming?
So in this case, the business is owned by someone who's not a state licensed massage therapist. So Mr. Ming was hired for the purpose of being the licensee.
Correct.
But the 100% shareholder is not licensed to conduct massage therapy. Has to be a licensee, someone that knows the laws, the rules, the regulations of
Okay.
that practice.
But the owner's not required to have the license, just the licensee?
Correct.
Okay. And the son, fortunately, I can't pronounce his name, but last name Jen, as an employee, he's not necessarily required to have?
He's required to have a state license to conduct massage therapy, and he does
If he's
have that.
conducting it, okay. And it says here, but his license, it says, is on probation.
It is with the state, yes.
So tell me what that means. If it's on probation, does that give him the ability to still provide massage therapy?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
While it's on probation, I'm guessing it still continues to be reviewed by the state, but as long as it is not revoked, he can continue to practice massage therapy.
Okay. So then getting back to the licensee, Mr. Ming, he was employed at some time by China Massage in Ackworth?
I do not have that information.
sorry,
That
this
is
is
what
maybe
come
for
from
the
the police
detective.
department.
Yes, thank you. I
Yes.
just had some procedural questions for you. But getting back to our detective, here at China Massage in Ackworth, it says Mr. Ming served as the licensee.
Looking back into our law enforcement resources at work, I did find that he was listed as a licensee at one point there at China Massage, and they were also closed, was it 2024 by the Business License Office?
Yes.
And they were closed in 2024, you said, for a sundry list of activity which you did not specify. But would it be problematic activity that would be, I mean, can you be more
Allowing
specific?
massage therapy without a massage therapy license, I believe, is the reason why China Massage was closed.
Okay, was there anything else discovered?
I would have to look in the file, but I do think there were other citations issued at that time.
Okay.
But I will
Yes.
Just a quick follow-up on that train of thought. Was his affiliation with that massage parlor during that time of when these citations were given? Because you didn't give a date of when he was affiliated. You just said at some point. So was he affiliated 10 years before these happened? Can you give some reference of when he was affiliated?
I'd have to look and see if I have that in here. So in our system, it shows listed in our system if you've ever worked at any other business in the county. So when I looked in that system and ran his name, it showed China Massage as one of those businesses with a licensee. Well, the system that I looked him up in, our county system, as a records management system, did not show a date of when he was there. So, but I would have to go back and try to find that out, but it doesn't show that. It shows every place that he's worked for in Cobb County that he's applied for.
But just not dates?
Correct.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
do not think that he was the licensee of China Massage when the license was revoked or denied.
Okay, thank you.
There may have been some association, but I do not think that he was the responsible party on paper at the time the business was either denied or revoked.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burrow.
Yeah, and that was going to be one of my questions. But you did say when you went in March to, on March 20th, when you went to one of these destination relaxation, I believe, that one of the applicants here today was there, working there at that time?
Yes.
Or no?
Wellness Massage on Barrett Parkway and Destination Relaxation inside Town Center Mall. Mr. Ming placed employment at Wellness Massage on Barrett Parkway. Haijing Jin was the manager of Wellness and Destination Relaxation. So he was the one that we made contact with him at Destination Relaxation because we had already finished up at Wellness over on Barrett Parkway.
Okay, but he was working there at the time you went to that one?
He came
To those?
into the business to see us. He did identify himself as a manager of both of those businesses.
Okay. And then this is for Alicia. Can you repeat the requirements for the licensee, the owner, the manager, what is required?
At the end of the day, the owner may very well be the just like you and I. If you said, hey, Alicia, you're the state licensed massage therapist, I want to employ you, you know all the rules, regulations, healthcare, all the things. You hire me, but the responsibility of that is I go on the license. I am the state licensed massage therapist, and I'm agreeing to be the responsible party. The owner himself does not have to have any of those credentials or qualifications.
Right, but who's required to be on site at all times or perform massages if they're?
If the licensee is not on site, a manager is required to be there, and that manager in charge is required to have a state licensed massage, be a state licensed massage therapist. There should be a state licensed massage therapist on site at all times. You should never walk in a place and
Right.
that not be the case.
Okay. And was that the case here?
I wasn't with them on that day, and when they went to wellness and destination relaxation, there were state licensed massage therapists on site.
Okay.
Get back here.
And to the detective's point, there were some citations issued, but the person who was cited, who was here today as the proposed manager of this establishment, was not listed in this application as an applicant. So that's why that wasn't part of the denial letter, as far as his name being attached to that, because he is not the owner and he is not the licensee. While he is the proposed manager, he doesn't have any, I don't want to say stake, but he doesn't have any ownership, and he's not representing himself as the licensee at that location.
Some follow-up questions regarding China Massage. It was said China Massage had been previously shut down, but you met them. Oh, okay, I see. He was somebody else. This is kind of superfluous information, I guess. There was saying that there were several employees, Min Ching Tang Andy, who was the owner of China Massage, which was previously shut down.
Correct.
But, however, he was at the location of Wellness Massage.
He was an employee there.
An employee
correct.
there, okay.
As a licensee, he had a license.
He's not as a licensee, he was an employee of, so just as a massage therapist at that location.
Okay. Can you tell me which prior employment history was not listed?
The VV Massage in Cartersville.
VV Massage. Okay. That's the only one?
Correct.
Okay.
May I ask a follow-up question to that? How long was he employed at VV Massage?
He didn't really tell me that, but he did tell me he worked there on and off to help his mother out. But when I asked him the day that I interviewed him if he was employed by any other massage parlors or places, he told me VV Massage. But he did not disclose that on his application.
Okay, and along those lines, in the statement here, there's a statement that he works primarily as a flight instructor and intended only to work at the spa occasionally for supplemental income. Is that the same scenario in which he communicated he worked for his mother, or is that a separate occurrence?
It's a separate person.
Okay.
He told me he's going to work primarily as a flight instructor, but then work when he wants to make extra money at Relaxing Head Spa as top massage.
Okay.
And I think that's kind of what he did at Wellness also.
Okay.
Over on Barrett Parkway, because he wasn't there when I went out there. But he admitted, and we asked for the last 5 years on work. And he told me that VB Massage was one of his employers, and he failed to place that on his application when he turned it in the business license.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the same reference as the other person or the other person that claimed that they relieved their mother or worked for their mom. So we're talking about two different individuals, right? Okay.
No, his mother is the owner. The licensee on this application, his mother is the owner of VB Massage.
Okay, thank you.
Detective, or maybe Alicia, the spas that were shut down because of several violations
Yes, ma'am.
was Any of the three here to application here today working at those?
I can't state that they were employed there, not to my knowledge. I don't believe that any of these folks were the licensee or owner of any of the establishments that were closed. There seems to be some association and affiliation, but neither of them were listed as responsible parties on the two health spas that were shut down in 2024.
That are in Cobb?
Correct.
Okay.
And a follow-up that, just to make sure I'm clear. So the reason that that's introduced in the evidence is purely just to show association and the possibility of a link? Is that what we're?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that gets to the opposing counsel's point. There are a lot of different links here to some very questionable things, admittedly so. Even looking at the prior employee with Vivi, and then looking at employees who were there on site but also lived with the owner. There's just a lot to unpack, and we have a very limited amount of time to unpack it, and I understand your questions with those connections. They raise eyebrows how much those connections link to actual misbehavior. It's hard without following all of that. What we do know is we have a code section that says you have to properly state your employment history and that you need to testify truthfully. And irrespective of all this other information, those are the two things on which we are relying on. And we'll wait to hear testimony with respect to clarification of those. But as much as I'm hearing these things, and I guess they're providing the backdrop to all of this, there's so much to follow. I just want to make sure that I'm looking specifically at who needs to be the subject of this consideration and what particular conduct we are looking at to see if they're in violation of our code. But thank you. Appreciate it. I don't have any more questions. No, Commissioner Brown.
Just one more. The Vivi Massage in Cartersville is owned by
It's owned by
the mother?
Mr. Ming's mother, which he is the licensee on this application that was denied.
Okay. And he didn't disclose that he worked there
Correct.
on his application?
He did not.
And it does
Not
ask
until I interviewed
specifically where other ones you've worked at?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the one that he said he was just filling in from time to time? But as a manager, as a licensee, or what was his position?
Well, I'm guessing
there?
he was just an employee for his mother when she needed him there, is what I was guessing, because she said he worked. She told me that he worked here and there for her when she needed him. I think
But-
the opening statement said that he helped out. But it's employee, he's employed if he's helping out and doing work for that business.
Right, and he didn't disclose it, I understand that. But I guess, he'll have to be asked that question and tell us. In what capacity? I mean, if he was performing massages, he was required to have a license.
He is state licensed as a massage therapist.
Oh, okay.
The only one that is not a state licensed massage therapist here today is the owner, Mr. Yunji Jin. His son, Haijin Jin, his license is, state license is on probation for allowing unlicensed massage in 2016. So it's been on probation for 10 years. And Mr. Ming does hold a valid state license for massage therapy.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one follow-up to that. With family businesses, it can be a little slippery slope. So was he showing up just to help his mother in the business? Or was he a W-2, 1099? Was he officially an employee on the books?
I don't know how he was paid, but he told me he was running the business they told me he was running the business, and as they said earlier, that when his mother was having chemo, he was basically operating the business. So if he's being paid, I have no idea.
Right, but my wife's a dentist, kind of the same situation. She has to be there with license, everything else. But I may go for 2 or 3 hours, help with the books, do different things. If someone were to ask me, am I an employee of her practice, I would say no. So I'm trying to understand, was he there as a son helping his mother in the operation, or was there a W-2, 1099, or something that showed he truly was an employee?
I don't have any paperwork showing how he was paid or if he was a 1099 or W-2 employee. All I'm going based off is he told me he worked there, mother said he worked there.
Right.
I'm not gonna really get into what he says he did, but I believe they said at the LRB that he took phone calls and handled stuff for the business, appointments, stuff like that, so.
Right. But as an employee or as a son, I think are two different things, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So, thank you.
This is going to be a question for the county attorney. Nowhere in our code section does it address that they have to disclose W-2, 1099s, or how they are paid or compensated, correct?
It doesn't get that explicit, other than it states that you can't put any false information in the application. So it doesn't speak to what types of information that is.
And is how you were paid or compensated, or I guess that's a question for Alicia, is that included on your application for a business license?
Should VV Massage have been located in unincorporated Cobb County and he failed to have listed that, his employment here, we could have asked for that information. But VV Massage was in the city of Cartersville.
Cartersville.
So we didn't have access, nor do we have the authority to ask for that from another business.
Okay.
Are there any more questions?
Just a clarifying question on the scope of responsibility or helping out. In the statement, it reads that Ms. Sue stated that her son is sometimes there to operate the business. The description of helping out is a little different to me than operating the business. Operating, in my opinion, means that he has full access to operate the entire function of the business. So do you have additional context that you can add to Ms. Sue's statement?
Well, that, I put directly in my report what she told me, and that he
Okay.
does operate it when she is not there, she needs him to. As far as operating it, I mean, if he's acting as the manager or the operating owner, I can't really tell you that. I mean,
Okay.
she just told me that he operates it when she's not there, meaning she might be in China, and I didn't know, like they're saying chemo, so that's, when he was operating it for her.
Okay, and a follow-up question on the logbook, and this may be for Alicia. With the logbook, are you required to be licensed to schedule appointments, or can that be an administrative function, like if there was a receptionist at the front
Oh,
desk?
sure. There could be a receptionist or whomever, but if they are not a state licensed massage therapist, they have to obtain a permit from the police department. So we can identify who is who when we get there.
Okay. But in terms of booking appointments in the logbook,
Anyone
that's just an
on
administrative
staff
function?
to be that
Okay.
licensed or not. Yes, ma'am.
So the logbook that I put in my report is the people that came that morning for actual massages. And the only person at that business was the owner that was a state licensed massage therapist. So I know she did not do those, that she was employing people that were not state licensed. That's the only reason I brought the logbook up in my report.
Okay, because there were two people in the back, and she said that there weren't.
There
or
was
there was
three,
at least one
actually.
person.
Three
okay.
more besides her.
Okay.
Did she say
And
that they
she's-
did the service?
She would not tell me that, but you know that she wasn't doing the services, especially when they're at the same time. I mean, you can't do
Yeah.
both people at the same time.
Yeah, and she mentioned that there was just one other person there beside her,
Correct,
but there were actually three.
correct.
So there were two, which we'll assume were there for the two customers.
I mean, we can assume that. I can't really, they were state licensed massage therapists.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, she was only state licensed massage therapist. They were not. One female was actually asleep when I got there in one of the rooms. And she told me she had just came from China. So, it's one of those things where it appeared that people were living there.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we'll now hear from the applicant.
This time I'd like to call Jintong Meng. All right, Mr. Meng, thank you for being here today. I just want to cut straight to the chase, the arrest history. Can you tell me, let me start first. Your first language is what?
Mandarin.
Okay. English is your second language?
Yeah, second language.
How long have you been a speaker of the English language?
Since to the college.
College?
Yeah.
Okay, what year was that?
It's like the 2000.
Okay.
2009 or something.
All right. Now, there was an arrest that you did not include in your application, correct?
Yeah, that's my fault. I never really want to cover that one. So it's like on that day, the rush. So I just fill out the basic information and didn't read that clearly, like just sign the name. If I really want to cover, like the day the police officer come to me, so I'll say no. He just asked me, have you ever been arrested? I directly said yes. So yeah, that's part is my fault, but I'm not really like that in my mind to want to cover that part.
Had you understood the question better, would you have disclosed that you had been arrested?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell me about what was that arrest about?
It's just like the reason is I forgot to like renew the tag, and I got pulled over, and he said my need to renew the tag, and also my insurance is like the past the date.
So you were driving on a old tag, and your insurance had lapsed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and that was why you were taken into custody?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Did you get those issues resolved?
Yeah.
How quickly?
Just after he pulled me over, he said like your insurance is like the past due. I said, oh, because the reason is I renew, like I lost my wallet, so it's an auto pay, so I totally forgot. So at that moment, I directly like renew everything, so the officer let me go and give me the tickets, tell me the date to appear in court.
Okay, and those tickets were issued in Duluth Municipal Court, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how did you plead to those charges?
Excuse me?
You recall the term nolo contendere?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember pleading nolo to those charges?
The charges?
Yeah, the suspended license plate and the insurance.
Yeah.
Do you know how you pled to those charges?
Applied to the charge.
Yeah. If I showed you a copy of the ticket information sheet, would that help you refresh your recollection?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Are you looking at a copy of the Duluth Municipal Court
Oh,
ticket
yeah, that's
information
right.
sheet?
Mhm.
And where it says plea, does that refresh your recollection as to what you plead?
Yeah, that's complete.
Okay.
Sorry.
So how did you plead to that charge?
Yeah, I just later go to the court and.
Are you submitting that as evidence?
I was just going to use it to refresh his recollection. I mean, it's not a certified copy. If the commission will entertain it, I will submit it into evidence.
As far as evidence goes, we're informal, so I mean, it's fine that it's not a certified copy. Mr. Hensley, do you object?
No objection.
All right, now I want to move on to VV Massage. Your mother is the owner of VV Massage, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay. And I understand your mother was undergoing cancer treatment not too long ago.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. When was she undergoing cancer treatment?
Since 2025.
Okay. Were you assisting her at VV Massage while she was undergoing cancer treatment?
The way, assisting, but the way I only do is like all the payments because they don't speak English as well. So I need to do the payments and also like the talk with the post machine, some like the buy stuff. That's all.
Okay. You're a licensed massage therapist, though.
I don't
right?
do license over there. I don't do massage over there.
But are you a licensed massage therapist?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up. Now, I understand, let me ask you, did your mother or VV Massage control your hours? Or did they say when you had to come into work or not?
No, only like if there's something broken or like sometime they need to buy something, I just do the deliver.
So you would come in on an as-needed basis?
Oh, excuse me?
You would come in when you were requested to come
Yeah,
in?
that's right.
Okay. Now, you did not have any control over how you were paid, correct?
Yeah.
Did you expect to receive any payment?
No.
Okay, but you did get paid, right?
Yeah, you can say that. Just
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were issued a W-2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with your mother or with VV Massage saying, "Hey, I want you to give me a W-2 for this work"?
No.
Okay. So just at the end of the year, you were handed a W-2.
Yeah. It's like I deal with the taxes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, now I want to talk about these aggravating factors that are brought up. Raymond Taylor and Donkey Chang.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know those individuals?
Yeah, I know them.
How do you know them?
It's just like 7 or 6 years ago, like they have like the party is a lot of people from the same the hometown, so they have like the party. So I go there and have just a dinner 2 or 3 times.
Okay, so they're from your same hometown?
Yep.
Okay, in China?
Yep.
And you went to a party with other people from your hometown?
Yeah.
And that is how you met Raymond Taylor and Donkey Chang?
Yeah, that's right.
Have you ever worked with either of these people?
No.
Okay. China Massage Ackworth. Have you ever worked at China Massage Ackworth?
Yeah, I never working over there, and I heard like he said, but I have no idea how they get my information. I never working over there and never give any permission to them, like them use my license.
Okay, so you were never the licensee at China Massage as far as you know?
Yeah, I don't know how they get my information.
Okay. You deny having worked there?
Yeah, I never working over there.
Got it. And while working at VV Massage, did you ever witness or participate in any illegal activities?
You mean like the working every day or like to?
Were you ever there while people were giving unlicensed massages?
I don't do the massage over there.
Right, but did you ever participate in any illegal activities while you were at VV Massage?
I don't know.
Okay. That is all the questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Just a couple of questions, sir. Would you agree with the statement that if you're going to be the licensee for a massage business or health spa, you need to follow the rules that govern that business? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
You should follow the rules, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And you didn't follow the rules, did you? You were not truthful on your application. You didn't follow the rules. You did not disclose your arrest history, and you did not disclose your previous employment, did you?
Yeah.
You did?
No, I mean like that's part of my fault.
You didn't follow the
Yeah,
rules,
yeah,
did you?
That's right.
Yeah, that's all I have, Madam Chairman.
All right. I'd like to, no more questions for this witness. I'd like to call Haixing Jin.
Okay, there may be questions of the board.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Apologize.
Thank you. Let me start with Commissioner Burrow, and then I'll see if anybody else. Commissioner Burrow, did you have any?
Not at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble, I'm sorry, did you want to continue?
No, I don't have anything at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble.
So when you worked at DB for your mom, you testified that you did not do massages, you just did different things as needed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, but then you said you worked at the Ackworth location and then one other location. So what did you do at those two locations if you are not actively a massage therapist?
You mean which location?
The Ackworth location, he testified that he's a licensed massage therapist, but then he gave testimony that when he was working for his mom at DB, if I'm remembering this correctly, he did not do massages. He only did different things, yeah, as needed. Yet then his testimony went on that he worked at the Ackworth location and then one other location. Was it? I'm losing my notes here. So what I'm questioning is if you're a licensed massage therapist, but you did not do massage therapy when you were working for your mom, why were you working at the other two locations if you are not practicing massage?
Oh, it's like because my mom's shop is like the really far, about 1 hour drive from my home. So, like sometimes I do the part-time job is like the in Haixing, like the there's like this. It's really close to it's nearby the Cobb County over here. So it's sometimes they're busy. They give me a call. So like we need like extra people. So I'm free right now. So if I have time, so I maybe just go there do 1 or 2. So it's the way we do. But like my mom's store is like the 1 hour drive away. So I don't go there. Because my priority job is like the flag instructor. So it's like now the schedule working like every day. It's just, we just off on the day is like the weather is bad or maybe there are like no student on today, so we get off. It's not the schedule. So the time is really flexible. Only, that's like the Haixing no. So he will be asking me, like if they're really busy, they're like sort of people. So right now, like we have like some customers waiting. So I available right now. So can you come? So yeah, if I have time, I'll come. If like no, I don't.
Okay, I have no other
If I may, which store do you go and do some massages when you need to?
It's like the Wellstar is in like nearby the town.
Okay, so it's not it's not China massage?
Yeah,
or
I'm never
anything?
working in the China massage.
He said he never worked.
Correct. Okay, so he works at Wellstar?
Yeah, wellness is like.
Wellness,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Wellness spa, yeah, okay, thank you.
That's the one on Barrett Parkway that was shut down?
It was and reopened under different ownership, but yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wellness was shut down and reopened, yes.
Okay. May I ask him? So you are a licensed massage therapist. And are you the one on probation for?
No.
No.
Yeah, no, I only just do the massage therapy. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just kind of confused as to who's who here. Okay. That is what? I thought it was the son. Isn't he the son? No.
I think that's where it's hard to follow, as the chairwoman said, because so much was introduced that's not really directly relevant to the applicant that it's confusing. And I think it's a lot of information introduced that creates, it's a lot to follow.
Right, but I know, and I'm not concerned with who you party with or whatever, but I am concerned on where you've worked and other violations that are being introduced. So I'm just asking if whose license this related to the applicant, whether it be the manager, the licensee, or the owner whose license is on probation?
The gentleman that identifies himself as the manager, who is the owner's son, Mr. Jim.
Okay,
His license is valid, it's not on probation, the owner's is valid, he can operate or practice massage, but it is on probation.
okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for this gentleman here? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to call Haixing Jin. All right, Mr. Jin, you are the son of Yunji Jin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Yunji is the owner of Relaxing Head Spa, Inc., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are the proposed manager or employee of Relaxing Head Spa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your name was disclosed on the license application for Relaxing Head Spa as a employee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You are a licensed massage therapist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That status is currently on probation, right?
Yes.
When did it go into probationary status?
The provision start, I think, 2022 or 2023.
Okay. And why did you go into probation?
The things happened around 2016 or 2017. That time, I work for the one massage shop on Gainesville, so they checking license. So that time, the shop had one people had license, but the Florida license, no Georgia license. That's why they give me the ticket. Say I hired the people, no Georgia license. But this one, after 2024, the state board mailed the letter, tell me have to go court. That's why I'm on probation.
So just to be clear, the original citation came about because you were the manager of a spa who had licensed massage therapists, but their licenses were in Florida, not Georgia.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you're on probation arising out of that event, correct?
Sorry, sir?
You're on probation arising out of that event, correct?
Yes.
When does that probation end?
They say this year, August or September.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Detective Hughes in his report noted that a citation was issued at Destination Relaxation in March of 2026. Do you recall that?
Yes, I know.
Okay, why were those citations issued?
Okay, they came in, they tell me I have camera on the front door, but I don't have camera on back door. I said, I don't know that I have to have camera on back door. I said, can you give me like a warning? They say no. So the ticket for the no camera on back door. Another ticket for, he said, I don't have human traffic sign on the front or restroom. I said, I don't know that too. Can you get ticket, no warning? They say no. So basically I get the two warning. On two locations is I don't have camera on back door. Another one is I don't have a human traffic sign on the wall. All my workers have license.
Did either of those citations impact your probationary status?
I don't think so.
Okay, so your probation hasn't been revoked or suspended, correct?
My probation is still on probation right now.
Right, you're still permitted to provide massage therapy services?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now, there's mention made in this report of an individual by the name of Bao the Trin.
Bao Trin?
Bao Trin?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost my contact. That's why today I wear this. This is not sunglasses, this is contact, okay? I just don't want to wear this, look like rude. That's why I keep doing like this, because my contact is broken. I don't have time to get new contact here. So can I wear this? I cannot see.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that.
How do you know Bao Trin?
Oh, Bao Trin, like me and Meng Xintong, Bao Trin, we three work on professional body works in Toulouse, like 12 years ago.
Okay. Now, your intention is if this application were to be granted, you would serve at this location as the designated manager in the event that Mr. Meng is not present?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's nothing preventing you from doing that, right?
Sorry, someone?
There's nothing preventing you from doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
One question. Sir, your massage therapy license is on probation, correct?
Yes.
Why is it on probation?
Because the 2026, the higher license people, no Georgia license.
You
Only for-
allowed unlicensed massage therapy in your business, didn't you?
Sorry, someone?
You allowed unlicensed massage therapy in your business, correct?
Not right now.
No. When your license was put on probation, that was the reason, wasn't it?
I said that time was about right now. Right now, no.
I'm not talking about right now. I'm asking you, when it was put on probation, what was the reason?
Oh, yeah, that time, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions? This individual?
I guess as a follow-up to the license being on probation, you mentioned that you had unlicensed massage therapists at that time. Were you aware that you needed licensed therapists?
Sorry, so one more time?
Oh, it was in Florida?
Yes.
They were licensed in Florida, not Georgia.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have one. So, have you been the manager for any other businesses in Georgia or Cobb County?
Yeah, I manage a massage shop. I mean, right now and before, but only that time, hire no people, no license, my license got a provision. After that, all shop I work, every people have license. No more hire, no people, no license, and only Georgia license.
And are you still employed there?
Me? Yeah, I'm as manager and employee too.
Okay, so if this is approved, if the license for the owner here is approved, or will you be working for him? Because you're
I mean, right
listed on
now-
the application?
I mean, right now for the new shop we're talking about, yeah, that's my father's shop, once open, I can work there too, as massage and as the manager.
Okay.
I'm legally to do massage right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I had.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Can
I do have a
call
question. Yes, can we call Alicia Webb back up? Sure. Okay, thank you. I have a question. Yeah, let's- You can go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. The location that's in question today, 3372 Canton Road, has that ever operated? Is any other owner or anyone, period, ever operated at that location?
Not that I'm aware of. I've had 2 applications, both of which were denied, but it's been some time back. Not at the specific tenant space, no ma'am. Not at this address.
Okay, but has this applicant been denied before?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you,
There have been applications before this. They were denied and did not appeal it, and this was the 3rd one to come.
from
One
this
right behind the
owner.
other, but no one's ever been issued a license there.
Okay. So is
Not
there
from this
anything?
owner, From other people?
No, different applicants, but there's never been anybody operate there. Yeah, right,
I got it.
location-based,
Okay.
yeah.
So nothing's operating out of there right now?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. That's all.
Do you have a question for Alicia?
Just for clarity, is there anything that prohibits the county from issuing a license or a permit based on a license on probation?
No, sir.
Okay.
question for you. Do we have a copy of the application that was filed?
I do, I have the original in my hand, yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we take a look at it, please? I'm particularly looking at the area where it asks about arrest history. You could perhaps put it on the
Okay.
screen for others to see.
Let me see if I can tag those for you, just so you don't have to dig through here. It's a couple different sections asks. Let's see, page 8, and then, let's see.
Is it in our book?
It's not.
Yeah, I didn't see it. For him, you know what, let me just tag these somehow for you guys, because I don't want to make this
Okay.
any more difficult.
I'd also like to see the portion of it that has employment history as well. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
I assume Mr. Booth would have no objection.
Are you okay
to
with
this
us
being in
looking at
evidence,
this?
And I have no
Okay.
objection either.
All right.
Page 8 is the application part, and then the other 2 tack pages are specific to his personal statement to Mr. Mead himself.
So my question is this his handwriting?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am, that would be his handwriting.
This is his handwriting, okay.
Let me rephrase that. He would have signed the application. I don't know who might have answered those questions. Just, that might be a
Is it normal that so much is blank? Like the citizenship piece, I mean, there's a lot of,
his naturalization certificate or his documents should be part, as an
it's in there, so it's
attachment.
just not filled out on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Just- This is what you got.
On page 15 of this, it says, one of the questions is, have you or your spouse or any person have an interest in this business or their spouse ever been arrested, convicted, detained, indicted, pled guilty, pled nolo, or on probation? And they're all answered no.
So that's pertaining to his criminal history, not his state license. That would be any arrests for him individually, not for his license to practice massage therapy.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Alicia, I have a question on the business description. It has head shampoo here. I don't know if that's an additional type of service or that would be acceptable under a massage?
It is, he is the state licensed massage therapist. It's getting to be a pretty common thing and.
For shampoos?
Mhm.
Okay. And that,
If they're doing head massages, things like that, it's becoming
they
more and more,
can use-
yeah.
Okay. Just wasn't sure if it requires some.
As long as it's
type
not
of-
reaching the cosmetology realm, we would,
Hold on, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
as long as it's not something that should be done by a cosmetologist, we're
Okay.
starting to see some of that be
Okay.
pretty common.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions.
So I need to present this to him too, to look at it, or do you want to give this to Cindy to look at it, or to Debbie?
This is the application, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think we both agreed that no objection.
Does anybody else have any questions for Alicia? Thank you. The reason I asked to take a look at that again, this hearing is based on two particular matters. One is the employment history not being accurate and looking at the criminal or arrest probation history of the licensee specifically. I think there's been a lot of discussion where it's possible, at least for me, to look at facts in favor of a family-oriented business with respect to employment history. The largest question I have is the failure to disclose any of that other history. There's a sundry list of about 8 things, inclusive of being detained, being arrested, pleading nolo, which you had the licensee, when I say you, I'm speaking to counsel, the licensee pointed out he pleaded nolo, may not have remembered pleading nolo. I know if you're not really astute to the law, that might be something you bypassed, just quickly did it to go through the hearing and not be held culpable. But even if they saw the arrest as something perhaps not to consider, if he was detained for any reason, there was more than one option that could have been checked pertaining to that experience. And it does signify at the bottom of that, failure to disclose this with truthfulness can result in you not getting the license issued. So, I mean, that is stated explicitly to understand the weight of filling that section in clearly. So to me, for me, I can't speak for anybody else, the weight of this turns on to why that was not answered truthfully. And I know that as counsel, you've explained it. I have not heard the applicant really give clarity for that not being there. And while language may be a barrier, as far as communicating verbally, was language a barrier as far as reading it? When my perception is to have a license, you have to have not just physical knowledge or practical knowledge of delivering massage, but that there are some texts that you likely have to read to understand what is needed to obtain a license. So for me, that's where I'm having a lot of challenges with this. I mean, certainly all of the other facts don't help. They add a lot of color to this that would probably make someone inclined to not want to issue a license. I can't speak for all those things. I can't even begin to wade through a lot of those things, but I can't perceive in looking at that application why not one of those boxes was checked with respect to what occurred.
May we make brief closing statements?
Well, I've got one more question, if I can, to Alicia, and I don't know if you have to, I guess you have to come back up to the mic, but I agree with what the chairwoman just said. Is it our practice in Cobb for any applicant with a clerical error, misrepresentation on the form to automatically be denied, or have there been cases where someone has been offered an opportunity to come in and remedy those?
We have done both, but I will say after our experience over the last, we have done both historically. But I will say our experience after the last 24 months and closing the 25 massage or health spas that we did, this is the same practice as those.
So this, as a practice, started, you said 25, 24?
By 23.
23, 24, 25, okay.
I'm sorry, you said this as a practice. What is a practice?
Of not allowing them to remedy a clerical
Correct.
error.
At one time, we might have said, we now know you did not honestly disclose your criminal history. You need to disclose that because police department can't tell us by GCIC rules what it is they did not disclose. So at one time, we opted to not base it on falsifying information. Not only did you not tell us, now you essentially lied about it altogether. So at one time, we would have said, come, fix this. But after what we've experienced over the last 3 years, 2-3 years, we have not done that.
Okay.
You said that. Okay. Yeah, can you clarify that? You said after what you've experienced over the last 2 years, you didn't permit it. What have you?
The spas that we have, the dials that we've done over the last 2 to 3 years with health spas. We have not given anybody the opportunity to come and fix anything clerically.
And that kind of leads into where I agree that there was an error made. I don't know if it was a negligent error, unwitting or otherwise. But it just feels like all the other information was introduced to kind of justify why those two things, weren't done. And it's a stretch to me that we wouldn't just ask someone to clarify. Like because it sounds like if this wasn't a spa, maybe they would have had the opportunity to come in and clarify. So are we taking our prejudice out on the type of business by being more restrictive than we would be with any other application? That's just the way it feels to me. So I want to make sure that we're focusing on the error that was made that has nothing to do with illegalities. It was a paperwork issue.
We have not allowed anyone to fix
that is
error.
a spa. That is a spa.
No, at all. We would have offered the same thing to an alcohol license before, but we have not been doing that.
Because originally, a few minutes ago, you said it was
I'm sorry.
just for spas.
When we started going through the regulations heavily of spas, let me rephrase that.
So any applicant today, if they make a clerical issue, they are automatically denied and not given an opportunity to remedy, even if it was a clerical or paperwork mistake.
Correct.
That is our position.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Paul.
And they did correct their statements after a thorough investigation and the questions were asked. They did clarify after the fact, but that was because they're applying for a license.
In their conversation with the
And
Detective
their
Hughes,
interviews
yes.
with Detective Hughes.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I'm saying. They did have an opportunity to correct, but
They have an opportunity to state, you have an opportunity to correct. To correct would be to say, I want to change my application, to correct would be to, and I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just saying we have to be clear that they were, when confronted, there was no denial, there was an acknowledgement that these were true, but they weren't given the opportunity to go back and correct that on the paperwork. We're not dealing with the act itself. We're not saying that the act itself would be disqualifying. That's why I've asked the question. The fact that he pled nolo or even had been arrested is not disqualifying. It's a check mark on a piece of paper that he wasn't allowed to correct. That's what we're, and that's why I asked the question, is the probation disqualifying? Is pleading nolo disqualifying? Those are not disqualifying events, but because of it being marked that way, which no one can dispute, I mean, it's clear, we all saw it, that he did not fill out the paperwork correctly, but was also not given an opportunity to correct it, but was able to acknowledge it.
that's with anything. I mean, when they apply, you have to go by what their answers are, and y'all did a very thorough investigation to uncover these false statements and work history, so.
Well, excuse me, I just want to add, I think there is a difference between an oversight and an intentional misrepresentation. There were two areas in which there was an oversight. I can almost understand if one area there was oversight or misrepresentation, but to have both, it's a little concerning to me. There was testimony earlier with respect to being stopped for an expired tag or something along those lines, and then once that was brought to his attention, it was then corrected. So I find that this is kind of that same similar behavior, ask for forgiveness over permission. With some of the testimony that's been shared with having unlicensed therapists performing licensed duties, I think there shows a pattern. So for me, it's my thoughts are that it seems more of an intentional misrepresentation than an oversight.
Mr. Gamble?
Well, and kind of to echo what Commissioner Sheffield is saying, also the fact that they have multiple locations, maybe not in Cobb County, but in other locations, they've had to fill out similar applications. And I would assume that the information requested would be the same. I mean, I know local jurisdictions, but the foundation is the same. And it goes back to if you don't understand what you're filling out, to ask the question.
I just want to go back to, I'm not disagreeing, and I think that if we would have presented on the merits of the paperwork, but I can't help but to feel that we brought in a lot of things, associations of working at places that don't even have dates of when they work there. There's just a lot of things that we brought in to taint. So I think the emotion or the view that we have is because we've also been flooded with a lot of negative information to help us feel like something's going wrong. And I agree that the paperwork needs to be complete. I'm not sure if it was a mistake or not, but it wasn't an error that should not have been made. But I still don't feel comfortable at how we've presented this to paint this as a picture of nefariousness by introducing so many other elements that aren't relevant. I mean, if this were a court, those would not have been admissible. So we have brought in a lot of things to prejudice how we look at this applicant. And so I hope in the future as we do these, we can stick to the merits, because you had a very strong case. But now I'm conflicted because it seems to be this, and I use the word pile of paperwork error. That's the last thing I'm saying. I'm not going to debate back and forth. I'm just saying that from a procedural standpoint, that is, I hope in the future as we do these, that we don't feel that we have to introduce that type of information just to prove a point on a paperwork error.
No, and I completely agree with you. There's been an overwhelming amount of information shared that's not relevant to this application before us. But in sifting through those items that are relevant is where my attention has been focused. Obviously, you know, you eat the meat and spit out the bones, as it's said, and there's a lot of history, a lot of context, but it does not, for me, overshadow what's actually before us, and those are the two items in which he violated. So that's been my focus, but I do agree, it was a lot of information that was shared that can, I guess, have us kind of look at the case differently, but it still should, for me, has not overshadowed the two items that are before us for consideration.
I think what we've learned here in context, there's the context of the connections associated with the applicant, but there's also the context of what's been happening here in the state of Georgia and perhaps beyond with massage parlors that have caused us to look at our processes differently. Perhaps there isn't that level of grace provided that was given before, given the serious nature of some of the infractions that have been found. And that's what I'm concerned about, facilitating that potentially in support of the applicant, but I'm also concerned about utilizing those experiences to color every experience and not look at them objectively. When looking at whether or not this infraction is material to their ability to be able to lawfully provide massage services, somebody getting stopped on the road and have an expired tag, that really is not a material violation to your ability to be able to provide licensed therapy, and the context of that was not weighed. I'm not even sure, because the questions weren't asked about how that entire experience occurred, to understand, and perhaps that's where I would ask more questions. In what ways did that circumstance play out such that it did not prompt the applicant to perceive this as something that I should put on here? But if I were to take away the process and just look at the substance of what occurred, that's not something that I would say, okay, now you can't be a massage therapist. So this ultimately gets to truthfulness of something that is administrative. And to what extent, for me, again, Commissioner Sheffield shares, is also looking at the employment history, and I get that. For me, I can give some grace and leniency to the employment for the mom. For this, I'm torn, but I'm just telling you, I'm just torn with respect to that. So, I don't know if we have the ability. Do we have the ability to call back up another witness, Debbie? Or that's heard?
I mean, you can, I think you can. I mean,
okay.
I mean, if you have additional questions of anyone to clarify the point, and as well, they have not made their closing statements either.
Okay.
So,
Yes, I do have for the licensee, I'd like to ask some questions. Hi. Were you physically arrested with handcuffs?
Yeah.
When you were arrested, were you put in a police vehicle?
Yeah.
Were you taken to a station?
Yeah, it is transfer from the Doraville to the Gwinnett.
Okay. Has this ever happened to you before?
No.
Okay. And how long were you in the facility waiting for this to be processed?
It's about 10 hours.
10 hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you filled out other applications for serving as a licensee for other jurisdictions, other cities, other counties in Cobb? In Georgia?
No.
Okay. Have you ever listed that experience as on any of your applications to be a massage therapist?
You mean like the arrest part?
Mm-hmm.
No, I know it will be like for the job application, they will be asking that question.
And
but
you've listed it before or not listed it?
No.
You've never listed that experience?
For application, like the massage one, no,
Yeah.
but for the job application, they ask me.
When did the arrest occur? Was it 2025? Never
Yeah,
mind. I see.
2025.
It was very, okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to understand the context of that experience a little bit better. Okay, does anybody else have any questions? All right, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for any of the witnesses before we go to closing statements? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to closing statement.
I'd like to reserve mine for the end.
I believe I'm the applicant, which would mean I get to open and close.
Correct. Okay, go ahead, Attorney Hemsley.
I have several thoughts, Madam Chairwoman. First of all, Mr. Booth has made an argument, and this has been a subject of conversation up here, deriding what I would call the guilt by association argument. Well, that's not something that should be easily impugned. Another example of guilt by association is prohibiting felons from associating with other felons when they're on probation or parole. There's a good reason for that. There are obvious reasons for that. So it is, in my view, very relevant as to the people and establishments that these individuals may have associated with, may continue to associate with, especially if they've been involved in questionable activity in the world of IMBs. This is what we call illicit massage businesses. And there's been some conversation, too, about recognizing the severity of that problem of IMBs, not only in Georgia, but especially in the metro Atlanta area and our own community here in Cobb County. It's been my privilege to work with kind of our unofficial task force, which involves Alicia and the Business License Division, Detective Hughes and the Cobb County Police Department, the Attorney General's Office, and we have in the last couple of years, as Alicia alluded to, been able to close down approximately 25 of these establishments in our county where all sorts of serious criminal activity has taken place. We're talking sexual assault, we're talking human trafficking, we're talking money laundering, we're talking all sorts of things that occur, and I'm not saying that that's occurring in anything these gentlemen have done. Okay. But their associations are relevant to that. And our code requires, in my view, us as the presenting body, the attorney and the bodies that investigate these things and review these applications, to present what are called aggravating or mitigating circumstances. It's in the code that this board can review those in its consideration of the application. Some of it may be relevant ultimately, once we hear testimony, once we hear all the evidence regarding those. Some may not, some may. But it's our responsibility, and I think Detective Hughes did a great job of laying everything out that he uncovered during his background check and the inspection of these establishments. So yes, sometimes we do have to treat certain establishments maybe differently than we would some other business license where this kind of activity doesn't potentially go on. So I think it's very relevant to consider all that. Having said that, let's assume there were no aggravating circumstances whatsoever. Let's take them off the board. We've got 2 violations. You know, 1 is a mistake, 2 is a pattern of not being truthful about their application and their history and their employment history, their criminal history and their employment history. And this body has heard me say this 100 times when I come before you on alcohol and massage therapy licenses. We need people who are going to follow the rules. That's what ultimately we need to look at, are the people that are applying for this privilege. In the case of an alcohol license, or in the case of a massage therapy license, they're going to follow the rules. And we had the applicant stand right here, and I asked him, you didn't follow the rules, did you? No, I didn't. Didn't say it was a mistake to me. He said he didn't follow the rules. Didn't bother to, as Mr. Allen pointed out, and I think Commissioner Gamble as well, if you don't understand the question, ask for help. What does this mean? So that leads to the implication that maybe it was a subterfuge. Maybe they weren't being honest. So what else is going on? So all of that is relevant to consider. But remember that we're working under what's called an any evidence standard. And by that I mean, let's say that this board chose to deny this application and their attorney filed a petition for review with the Superior Court of Cobb County, which is their right to do. Used to be called a writ of certiorari. Now it's a petition for review. It's a record review. And the only job of the Superior Court is to see if there's any evidence to support the decision made by this body. And if there is, the court defers to the county. So it's your job, as you know, to evaluate this, which you've done a great job doing. There's a lot of information to sift through. So I'm trying to cut to the chase here. Were they honest? Did they follow the rules? And I don't see that happening. So I ask that you uphold the administrative denial of this application.
Thank you.
You know, I find it awful rich that we hear from the commissioners that they don't appreciate hearing about a bunch of irrelevant circumstances that don't actually have to do with the reason that the application was denied, and then hear the county's attorney testify or present the bulk of his closing addressing those very factors. I want to talk about the level of scrutiny that we're placing on this business, because as some of the commissioners pointed out, I have doubts that other similarly situated individuals or businesses would receive the same level of scrutiny. I'm not aware, having looked at the Georgia Code of Ordinances for Cobb County, of any consideration of aggravating factors. Also, the face of the denial letter states that it's due to a violation of Section 78-45C2, which is failure to disclose failure supplying false information related to arrests and employment history. There seems no reason or no other ordinance by which we get all of these aggravating circumstances in. Now let's talk about what the ordinances themselves say, because in this report there are a number of suggestions which are completely unfounded and untrue. First, there's the suggestion that Yunji Jin, as the owner, has to be a licensed massage therapist. That's not required. There's no requirement that the owner be a licensed massage therapist, an employee of the business, actually perform services at that business. In fact, the Cobb County application on its face, when giving instructions, mentions that there may be the silent owners. This is not the first time that we've dealt with a business where the owner doesn't actively work in the business. Go to any Dairy Queen. I mean, then there's the suggestion that because Mr. Meng only intends to work there part-time, that he can't serve as the licensee. Again, that's not what the Cobb County ordinances say. Section 78-275 states the licensee or a designated manager shall be on the premises at all hours that the establishment is engaged to open for business. And that's exactly what we have here. Haijing Jin is a licensed massage therapist who can act as the designated manager. Further, there's no prohibition on Mr. Jin or anybody else working at other massage facilities. They can be the designated manager at multiple facilities as long as they're not doing it all at the same time, because they have to be at one place at one time. So to the extent that this report suggests that they're doing anything wrong for any of those reasons, I would suggest to you that's completely unfounded and seems to intentionally mislead you into suggesting that they're engaged in improper procedures or practices. Now, in the report, well, let's get into the stated reasons for denial before we get into these aggravating factors are the arrest history and helping mom at Vivi Massage. And I can't get around the fact we just have to own it. Those things weren't disclosed. Perhaps there was confusion, but they weren't disclosed. Now, pertinently, on the application, everybody has to submit to a criminal background check. So presumably, you wouldn't fail to disclose an arrest that occurred in the state of Georgia, thinking you could get away with it because they're going to run a background check on you. But, I mean, the evidence shows that when confronted with, hey, it looks like you were actually arrested in Duluth, nobody denied it. Nobody ran from it. We're trying to explain why it was left off. And unfortunately, we wish had we been able to go back and put it back in there, we would have done so. But here we are. There was suggestion made that there was also a denial of the application based on a violation of 78-294. I will submit to you that none of those grounds were actually articulated. No such grounds exist in the 15 factors identified. I mean, they're talking about potential racketeering activity, which there's no suggestion that any of my clients are engaged in criminal racketeering. And more importantly, a violation of that code section is not on the face of the denial letter. It is only the arrest and working with mom at Vivi Massage that were the grounds for denial. And then we get into these aggravating factors, and unfortunately, it appears that they were intended to cloud judgment and have done so, because now we have all these questions about these other businesses and who they worked for and who they didn't work for. I mean, we're going through this web of businesses where now we're investigating the employees of the possible employees or the employers and their stated connections. What you heard was Mr. Mang admitted to knowing two people socially. I believe I heard Mr. Hensley suggest that felons can't associate with felons. I didn't hear any testimony that any of these three individuals are felons. Would be prohibited from meeting somebody at a cultural heritage dinner, and it certainly doesn't make you a felon. There was simply nothing in this report that definitively showed or proved that any of these connections actually existed, that they indicated that they were engaged in any criminal activity, to the extent that any of these other businesses were engaged in unlicensed or illicit activity, that any of that happened while my three clients were employed there, to the extent that they even were employed there. So, I mean, I'll go back to the reason that this got denied was because there was confusion about an arrest history that was made. It does not rise to the level of felony conduct. It is not related to the operation of a massage facility. It's I was driving without insurance and I had an expired tag, and I got both of those fixed and I pled nolo. And as to the employment history, I was helping mom. She was sick. Nobody controlled my hours. I didn't realize I was going to get a W-2 at the end of it. If they could go back and redo the application, I'm sure they would. But I'm a little shocked at the way that we seem to be treating these individuals in this business when those are the only two issues that led to the denial or permitted the denial in the first place, because 7845 states, first of all, it's discretionary whether you grant or whether you deny the application. You don't have to deny the application just because they failed to disclose an arrest history. And then it states that you can deny only if those factors come into play. So this suggestion that I could have denied your application because I find all these aggravating factors exist is not anywhere contained in this code of ordinances. And I will suggest to you, it shouldn't have been in the report to begin with. The only investigation should have pertained to the arrest and the employment. And it went far afoul of that, and it's potentially tainted your judgment when assessing those two factors. And so I will submit to you, based on the testimony that you've heard today, that you grant our application, reverse the License Review Board's decision, and grant my client's application for a health spot license. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to our commission. I'm sorry,
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure that this was offered into evidence, the application, that it was accepted into evidence. I'm not sure we stated that for the record. We're going to make a copy of this if there's no objection from Mr. Booth. Yeah,
Okay,
just so we've
thank
got
you.
that in the record as
Appreciate
well.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over. He wants to add the application of the licensee into.
Well, we have had a lot of information discussed and presented today. And as I said before, I'm not concerned with who the applicants party with and their heritage. I think that's, fine. But the other testimony that we have heard today is the violations and the falsifying the application, which is very serious. And regardless of irrelevant information that may have been submitted, we do have to consider, as Mr. Hensley says, not following the rules. And Cobb may be more strict than other jurisdictions. I'm not aware of other licensees and counties and cities as far as their requirements. But as has been said many times, this is a privilege to have to operate in Cobb. So the other thing that concerns me too is being on probation for allowing non-licensees to perform massage therapies that were licensed in another state, but not in Georgia or Cobb. So I think I'm going to make a motion to uphold the License Review Board's recommendation for denial. And for those reasons, and that would be my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? We've had ample discussion. I would just like to share with the applicant that I just want to send a statement that it is challenging to hear a lot of the evidence provided that did not directly go to the elements of this matter. And it's painting a context that could make it very difficult for someone who is not culpable to be painted that way by circumstantial evidence. And there was a very strong term used to, that some of that information was used to prejudice our thinking. It's hard to perceive that it wasn't used to prejudice our thinking. And I don't ever want to have to make a decision by something that's just not based on something objectively pointing to the matters at issue. Even in our desire to protect this county, there's a balance with protecting the county and also protecting the individuals who live and serve here. And so just in the future, I can understand all of that perhaps being related, but there is some consideration for us to have a fair process that gives have a fair process that doesn't allow people to be tainted by things that are not necessarily directly at issue. And there was a time, I think, that type of evidence was more tolerable here, but this county is evolving, people are evolving, and those type of insinuations can be problematic in so many other contexts. We can't tolerate, it's not tolerable. As for this particular matter, the things that are of issue, like I said, for me personally, I can see how the employment with the mom can be overcome. There's just very straightforward language with respect to the arrest, which I do not necessarily believe is material to providing massage, but yet there was that bar that was set on the application very clearly in the fact that it was emphatic of how truthful that information needed to have been provided, and it wasn't. And even if there's clarity, there's some concerns about not giving people the benefit of the doubt to correct things. But if that's how we're approaching all things, I can't necessarily say that this type of business is being treated uniquely to other businesses. And for that reason, I'm willing to support it. But I think that for me, there's going to be some discussion that takes place after this hearing with respect to what really is reasonable and unreasonable. Because I know for our zeal for keeping illicit businesses out of the county, I think shouldn't become a snowball that makes it impossible for people that may have a general administrative error to be able to overcome. So I'm inclined to support Commissioner Burrow with that reasoning. Again, just stating that I just find it problematic to color the opinion of the board on things that are not directly related to the matters at issue. Yeah.
Just want to make one request, and I think I see Jessica back there behind the detective. On the applications, I think, and we can talk about it after, but I think in good form, we should be very clear, maybe I missed it, that any false information is considered an automatic denial without an opportunity to remedy. If that's going to be our policy, I think we need to be very clear on stating that on all business applications, that if you are.
This would be business license office, I just.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, if that's the policy, I think everyone filling out applications should have that information up front to know that you are not going to be approved if there is anything found false. And I didn't see that when I was looking at the instructions. And I know it's a big packet, I didn't have time to read the whole thing, but if it's not there, I would like to see that included.
It is. There's a parenthetical statement right under that portion that says any information that's not entered factually. If you can read what's in that parentheses. I mean, it's not in capital letters, in bold, but that's why I said it does emphasize right after that section that not, yes.
It's basis for denial.
It's basis for denial, but what they're saying is that it's now policy
Automatic.
that it's not.
Oh, I
That's
hear
I'm
what
saying.
you're saying.
Because if we're going to treat everyone fairly, like I said, if they're not going to be given a chance to remedy, it needs to be explicit that it will not be a grounds for denial. It will be a denial.
Okay.
Because that's what,
I received that.
that's what we're doing now. So, yeah, we can do it.
It's administrative.
Yeah, if there's an administrative error, we just deny it.
Okay. But then they can still appeal and come to us.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
in the
yes,
LRB.
but they would be clear, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Commissioner Gamble had a comment.
I do, and while, you know, a lot of comments being made about irrelevant information being presented, at no point did the applicant's attorney object. He never, no, sorry, sir, your time for comment is over. He never objected. If he did not want the information put out here, he should have objected. And then at that time, and Debbie, correct me, we could have made a decision as a body if we would allow it to continue, correct? Because right now, we are functioning as the court. So it's up to us to decide if it would have continued or not.
It was already in the binder, explicitly laid out. There was no taking it back, so what would you?
Yes, but I'm not going to say that. I really want to say.
Rules of evidence applied. Had I known that,
I would have moved to strike the entire report after the second paragraph. It's patently hearsay.
Debbie, I'll have you weigh in because I have more to say, but I would like you to weigh in first.
I would simply state that 78301A1, the due cause hearing, does allow for consideration of mitigating and aggravating circumstances. So to the extent that some of this was relevant or non-relevant, that is your role as the deciding body to weigh that evidence. And you have been doing that.
Thank you. And I guess, while we're saying it's irrelevant, if the application would have been filled out correctly and this information had been disclosed, our investigator, when he did his job, would have said, yep, there it is, there it is, there it is. So the thought that it wasn't being truthfully done wouldn't have been there. But it was the fact that it was not disclosed. They had the opportunity to disclose it, and they didn't. So while it might be considered irrelevant, it is not, because again, he had every opportunity to disclose it up front.
Disclosure and relevancy may be two different things. The disclosure is not for the additional information. The disclosure is with respect to the two facts. He didn't have we're not speaking to, he had every ability to disclose what's listed on page 502 and 503 of our book. It's that he had the ability to disclose the employment and to disclose the arrest history. And again, I'm leaning more towards the arrest history, which I think probably led to all of these other things being stated. And I don't disagree. If that history was put on there, we would not be here today, 100%. And there's some questionability about why that wasn't done. Again, I'm concerned about the pile-on. I'm very concerned. But as our attorney shared, those things being circumstantial or aggravated circumstances can be weighed. And it's for us to weigh the relevance and how much it pertains to it. It's just, it can be historically, it could be very problematic. When there are things associated with a history that pertains to something in general, it can tend to suck up any individual consideration of something being distinct about the individuals that are coming forward in that matter, or the individual businesses coming forward in that matter. And I don't have to speak to the broader context to understand how historically that could be a challenge for any class of person. And that is what we're weighing, is the class of these type of businesses here in Cobb County. And it provides a high bar. Of consideration. I just have a concern about it being an insurmountable bar, which is why I think getting back to the specific elements of the matter is very important, and putting emphasis on what led to those specific violations that have caused the application to come before us. So you have a motion, there's a second. Is there any other discussion? I'll call the question. The motion is 5-0, upholding the denial of the applicant.